Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
The home of Rocky, and the Brewers have delivered a big punch this week in Philadelphia. They've won 3 in a row, trying to make it 4 straight against the Phillies, trying to make it 5 straight overall for the first time since last season. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, we welcome you to Game 4 of this series. Hi, everybody. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. Sophia Minnaert is our reporter here tonight. It's been an offensive deluge for the Brewers in this series. They've scored 20 runs. They're hitting nearly 400 as a team. And one guy who's got the bat going again is Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie. You look at the media guide, Aramis Ramirez, a top-notch run producer throughout his career. And he's starting to show it again. Last 4 games, got a 4-game hitting streak, 6 for 12, 7 RBIs, coming up big, whether it be in the starting lineup or off the bench. But Ramirez right now, good approach. He's taking the ball to the opposite field, hitting it doubles into right center, and all of a sudden now they're giving him pitches to pull and ripping him down the line. So the middle of the order has been good. Ron, Lynn, Ramirez, they've been carrying the load in this series.
Well, Ramirez back in there tonight. The Brewers and the Phillies ready for the finale. It'll be Matt Garza against Chad Billingsley. Lineups, first pitch, coming your way next on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. Ready for baseball tonight in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, PA, and the last game the Brewers have here in Philadelphia. 75 degrees. The Brewers are all smiles these days. They have won 4 consecutive games, and they are trying to do something here tonight that they have not been able to do in a long, long time. Go back to 2012. against the Dodgers the last time they swept a team in a 4-game series. Potawatomi batting order is Parra, Lucroy, and Braun at the top. You got Lynn, Gomez, and Ramirez in the middle. Segura, Jeanette, and Garza rounding it out. And that is the batting order that will face Chad Billingsley of the Phillies.
Yeah, Billingsley just coming off the disabled list today to make a start. He's 0-2 in 3 starts with a .675 earned run average. Last couple of years he spent on the disabled list.
And Gerardo Parra swinging away at the first pitch. Away we go from Citizens Bank Park. This road trip continues tomorrow in Cincinnati. The Brewers are headed to the Queen City on the side of the All-Star game after this one here tonight. What a series it has been for the Brewers offensively. Monster numbers in this series. Brewers have scored 20 runs. Had a 17-hit game yesterday in a 9-5 win. They've had a 17-hit game. They've had a 16-hit game in this series. The 17 hits yesterday set a season high for Milwaukee.
Yep, all those hits and only one of them a home run. That's the good news when you're talking about wins and losses. Well, when the Brewers do not hit home runs, they don't win games. That's not the case here in Philly.
Now got some thunder showers in the area once again tonight, and we'll be dodging a few of those storms popping up. Hopefully no major weather concerns, just a 20% chance of rain, but the climate is right for a thunder shower or two. Had serious rains here on Tuesday night, and an hour and 20-minute delay. Yesterday was great for baseball, and hopefully tonight we'll be able to get through this one with no weather problems.
And the Brewers jumped on the Phillies very early in last night's game. 6 runs in the first 4 innings. Well, the bats have been out. Everybody up and down the lineup swinging it pretty well.
Well, last night the Brewers had 3 3-hit games, and Parra was one of those. Parra was 3 for 4. He had a walk as well. Scooter Gennett, 3 hits and 5 at-bats. He drove in 3, and even Kyle Lohse, the Brewer pitcher, with 3 hits last night. As Parra will draw the walk. So a leadoff walk issued by Chad Billingsley, and a man is on to start this game here tonight.
And last big league start for Billingsley came back on May 15th. So he's been on the disabled list. A lat injury put him on the DL. He's back today.
He will turn 31 years of age at the end of July. He was on that Dodgers team back in 2012, the last time the Brewers had a 4-game sweep of a series. Had a terrific career going and started to have some elbow problems as he misses upstairs to Jonathan Lucroy. Elbow problems that he tried to pitch through for a couple of seasons. Ultimately, he needed Tommy John surgery. That was in 2013. And then he came back last year with Los Angeles, and then he had a flexor tendon injury in his elbow, and that required surgery. So the Dodgers didn't pick up his option. He was declared a free agent, signed a 1-year deal with the Phillies, and he's just now getting back from the disabled list here today, although he has made 3 starts.
And his last big league win came back on April 10th, 2013. So it's been a while.
Came back from that injury, made 3 starts, started to feel some pain in the shoulder and the lat area behind the shoulder. And they shut him down once again. He went and made 3 minor league rehab appearances in nearby Lehigh Valley, which is their AAA ball club. So Billingsley is on the active roster tonight. They put Aaron Harang, who started yesterday, on the disabled list. Harang had one of his worst games of his career, the most hits he's allowed in his career, giving up 14 hits and 8 earned runs in 5 innings. And that's been the story for the Phillies this year. They are 27-53, worst record in baseball. Lucroy fouls it away.
And they're about the bottom of every category: hitting, pitching, defense. Nothing really going all that well for the Phillies. Pete Mackanin, who will finish the year after Ryan Sandberg said he wasn't going to manage anymore. He walked away. Pete Mackanin is going to fill in the rest of the season.
That's interesting. We've had a manager and a general manager walk away from their jobs here in the last couple of weeks. Lucroy back up the middle, a sharply hit baseball to center field. So Jonathan Lucroy with 2 strikes delivers one to center, a base knock, and 2 on with nobody out to get this one started for the Brew Crew.
The Phillies next to last in defense. Only the Brewers have committed more errors. 59 errors for the Phillies. Ashley, Herrera, and Brown in the outfield. You got the young third baseman, good prospect, Michael Franco. You got Galvis, Hernandez, and Howard. Rest of the infield, and Cameron Rupp behind home plate. No Carlos Ruiz tonight.
Got a matchup with Billingsley and Matt Garza here tonight. Here's Ryan Braun with 2 on and nobody out. He loves hitting here at Citizens Bank Park. He has the best batting average for those who qualify with enough at bats here in this ballpark by an opponent. That is a ground ball through for a base hit. Parra's going to round third. He'll try to score. Here comes the throw, and Parra is in there. Ryan Braun with an RBI single, and the Brewers lead 1-0. The first 3 batters have reached tonight.
And RBI number 53 for Ryan Braun. He's in the top 10 in the National League, and the Brewers picking up right where they left off last night. They scored 2 runs in the first inning last night off of Harang, and often running here tonight.
Braun just continues to put up the impressive numbers. He now has, in 26 games in Philadelphia, 44 hits, 28 RBIs in those 26 games at Citizens Bank Park. Just incredible numbers.
And talking to Ryan, on Monday, he said he sees the ball well here. He likes to hit here. Good hitter's park.
Here's Adam Lind, who hit a first inning 2-run homer yesterday.
I'm not sure you'd expect him to say anything other than it's a good hitter's park when you talk to Brawny. There's the first inning home run for Adam Lind, number 12, our Powerball home run count. That gave the Brewers a 2-0 lead in the first inning. The 1 through 4 hitters have been on an unbelievable roll so far in this series.
Now the top 4 hitters in the Brewers lineup hitting .474. That includes the 2 hits in this one with Lucroy and Braun. .474 average in the 4 games of the series. 27 hits, 57 at bats.
And those are the guys that get it going. That's the engine that drives the ship. 1 through 4. Darnell Coles has had a smile on his face this week. Why not? Brewers have won 4 straight. First time this year. Offense is in high gear right now.
It is interesting that, as we mentioned, the last time the Brewers won 4 straight games in a series, in a 4-game series, was 2012 against the Dodgers. And that was in Los Angeles. Chad Billingsley pitched the final game of that series. Zach Greinke beat him that night back in the summer of 2012, and Billingsley took the loss, and that was the 4th straight loss in that set as Lind goes back up the middle. A base hit. Lucroy around third. He'll try to score. The throw is late, and Lucroy is in, and the Brewers are going to work early tonight. 2-0 Brew Crew.
Yeah, Billingsley not much on the baseball right now, coming off of the disabled list with that lat injury. Low 90s fastball up in the zone. Check it out. Jonathan gets Lind gets a curveball that was up. Doesn't try and pull it. That's what Lind does so well. Doesn't try and pull the ball back through the middle, and Lucroy able to score.
They can add one more hit to that group in the top 4. Now 28 hits in the 4-game series thus far for the top 4 in the lineup. Here's Carlos Gomez on the ground. Got a chance to turn it here. It goes 6, 4, and 3, and a no. Ball is dropped. Gomez is safe.
Yeah, Howard just flat dropped it. If he catches it, it's a double play, but for some reason it was a throw a little bit offline, but still one that you would think that Howard would be able to handle. Hernandez throw up the line a little bit, had it in the glove, just couldn't hold on. Those are the kind of things the Phillies have been doing in this series. Ryan Howard's had a tough time defensively in this series. He really has.
Yeah, no errors showing up on Howard's line, but a lot of misplays and balls that he's not getting to. Got very little range over at first base. So the Brewers have him at the corners now with the red hot Aramis Ramirez, who has 7 RBIs in this series. And that's a pretty good slider right there from Billingsley to open up the count.
Yeah, we talked about Aramis when we came on the air, and he's not trying to pull the ball so much these days. Up the middle and to right center. Hitting the ball with power to the opposite field right now.
Gomez a threat to run. Billingsley a low throw over there. Aramis Ramirez starting to pick it up. This is the 81st game of the season, so 81 to go after tonight, at the exact halfway point after this one. And Ramirez into center field. That should be deep enough. Braun with good speed over at third. He will cruise in with a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Ramirez, and the Brewers up 3-0 in the first inning.
Yeah, so the Phillies' inability to turn that double play cost them a run. Should have been 2 on Gomez. It wasn't, so the Brewers take advantage with the sac fly.
Here's Gene Segura now. First 4 batters reach either via the walk or the hit. Brewers got 3 straight hits. Now runner at first with Segura up there and 2 outs. Pete Mackanin has just 1 win since he took over as the skipper of the Phillies. And on the first pitch, Segura into right center. Herrera will run it down. The inning is over, but that's the kind of start the Brewers were looking for tonight. 3 on the board in the first on 3 hits. Luke Croy starts the run. Braun with an RBI, and then Adam Lind with an RBI. They've outscored the Phillies in the first now 8-2, and a 3 spot on Pete Mackanin's club to get this one started tonight in the finale of the series. Take a look at Mackanin's starting lineup. It is brought to you by Potawatomi. Odubel Herrera will get the start again in center field. Back-to-back starts out there. Cesar Hernandez, then Michael Franco. Middle of the order is Ryan Howard, Dominic Brown, Cody Ashe. Bottom 3, Freddie Galvis, Cameron Rupp, and Chad Billingsley will round out the starting 9. That will face Matt Garza, who since the 08 World Series, where he allowed 3 home runs to the Phillies here at Citizens Bank, has been lights out in this venue.
Yeah, 3 games against the Phillies since that time. Opponent batting average only 197, 14 for 71, so he's been pretty good. Looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. He lost to the Twins back in Miller Park. last time out. 4 earned runs in 6 innings.
Garza's in a bit of a bad run right now that he would like to break free from against the fighting Phils tonight. A lot of hits, a lot of earned runs over his last 3 games. And he deals strike 1 to the Phillies leadoff hitter, Odubel Herrera.
Yeah, a start for Garza against Philadelphia. 2-2 and a 186 earned run average. So he's been pretty good against the Phillies.
That is a strike. Unable to check it. Adam Hamare, the third base umpire. Calling the balls and strikes tonight is Trip Gibson. 0-2 the count on Herrera. McCannon has a lineup stacked full of lefties and switch hitters tonight. Right back to the mound, and Garza will underhand it to first for the first out.
Well, let's check out the Menards Brewers defense. A couple of changes from last night. You got Gene Segura back in the lineup. He had yesterday off. So Segura it's short. Jonathan Lucroy, who had yesterday off. Maldonado with a big day at the plate. A couple of base hits from Maldonado. Lucroy back behind home plate, hanging the signs for Garza tonight.
Here is Cesar Hernandez. He is one of 2 switch hitters, and the Phillies have 4 left-handed hitters in the lineup. There's a good bunt. Ramirez bare hands, and no chance to get the speedy Cesar Hernandez. Second time he has bunted for a hit in the series.
Yeah, nothing you could do when you drop down a perfect bunt. Even with the infield in, these guys that can bunt and run, it doesn't matter to them. Reminds you of days of Brett Butler. He didn't mind where you were. If he put it where he wanted to, he was going to beat it. That was a perfect bunt down the third baseline.
I just saw Brett Butler today on television.
What was he doing?
He was on my television. He's a coach for the Marlins, and I was watching that Matt Cain Jose Fernandez game earlier today at Marlins Park.
He was a terrific leadoff hitter, Brett Butler.
So a man on for Maikel Franco, the Phillies third baseman. First pitch he swings at. Behind the plate with room. Lucroy puts it away for out number 2. Garza will take that.
Boy, he doesn't mess around. I mean, this series he has swung at the first pitch a lot.
Franco had 3 hits last night and 2 runs batted in, and a couple of doubles. So nice and quick to get to 2 outs, and Ryan Howard with a runner at first. Howard in his career against Garza in the regular season is 0 for 13 with 5 strikeouts. He did homer off Garza in game 3 of the 08 World Series. And that ball is ripped into deep right center field. Gomez on the run. He's got it for the out. There was a day when Howard would send that one into the bullpen, but not anymore. And the inning is over. hits and a walk. And our AT&T U-verse rewind with Scooter Gennett ready to lead off. He had a big day yesterday, batting second. 3 out of 5. He had 2 doubles and a triple, his second triple of the season. And he drove in 3 runs yesterday.
And that was the impressive hit right there against the big left-hander. Fastball in. That's something that Scooter's been working on quite a bit lately. Working on keeping that fastball in on him fair. He did it twice last night.
Gennett batting in front of Garza here tonight, batting 8th. Gennett, Garza, and then Gerardo Parra. Brewers brought 7 to the plate in the first inning, scoring 3 runs. And Gennett, you could just see his confidence. So that was a great point. And on the last homestand, we had footage of Darnell Coles working with Gennett on that inside pitch. That's the pitch that's been tying him up this year, which has then made him susceptible to the outside pitch, especially off-speed pitches away, and therefore a lot more strikeouts than we're used to seeing with Gennett. So you take care of one thing, and that usually takes care of everything else.
Either getting in on him, jamming himself, or getting the bat head out in front too far, and when he hits it hard, he just hooks it foul.
And able to take a pitch like that because he's in good balance, has good confidence that he can hit that inside pitch. It's a great lesson to practice and then get the results you're looking for. And it took a little while as Scooter will draw the walk. So Billingsley having a tough start here tonight, already issuing his second walk to go along with 3 hits. And he walks the batter in front of the pitcher, which is a no-no.
And you would figure that location and command is going to be a big issue for him here tonight. Being on the disabled list, working down in the minor leagues, Brewers have to take advantage of him early tonight.
Garza gets a good bunt down. Ryan Howard will make the play to first. A sacrifice for Matt Garza. That's his 4th sacrifice bunt of the season. Advances Gennett into scoring position.
Hey, tonight's Tavern of the Game winner, the Hilltop Bar in Sobieski. I think that's how you pronounce that. If it's not, I apologize to everybody out there. If the Tavern Contact calls the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Apologizing to the Sobieskins just in case.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or the Sobieskis maybe.
That's a new one on me. Yeah.
Top of the order here is Parra. He's got a runner at second. The Brewers with a lot of traffic early, and Parra over the glove of Ryan Howard into right field. Here comes Gennett to score. Gerardo Parra is into second base with a double, an RBI double, and the Brewers lead 4-0.
Now this is shaping up to be a very short start for Chad Billingsley, and that's the last thing that this Phillies bullpen needs. They've been worked quite a bit. Just getting everything up in the zone and out over the plate. Check out Parra as a fastball that leaked over the heart of the plate. Nice short stroke. He continues to swing the bat well. And Ryan Howard not able to get it with that big long wingspan, and another run in.
So Parra now at 19 doubles to go along with his 5 homers. He's got a couple of triples. 1 man out, 4 runs are in already. Here is Jonathan Lucroy. And he rips one into left field, a base hit. Lucroy is 2 for 2.
Billingsley just casting that breaking pitch up there, and breaking early and not very sharp, and the Brewers seeing it very well. Already 5 hits.
Two on with 1 away for Ryan Braun. Lucroy with 2 hits already. So the first 11 batters, the Brewers have 5 hits and 2 walks. First 4 batters in the lineup this series now 30 for 60.
It's something else, isn't it?
Yeah. Talk about setting the table. And the guy who has been cashing in on a lot of those base runners has been Aramis Ramirez, who's been hitting either 5th or 6th in this lineup. He has 7 RBIs in this series.
Now you might point to the starting pitching for the Phillies, and it has not been very good except for Cole Hamels in this series, but the approach the Brewers have been taking is what has been impressive. Not trying to pull the baseball. A lot of damage to the opposite field. Being patient at the plate. And once again scoring a lot of runs in this series without hitting home runs.
On the ground, Phillies have a chance to turn it here, and they do. So a chance with 2 on and 1 out. Braun bounces into a double play. The Brewers settle for 1. Bank Park in Philadelphia, 4-0. The Brewers have the lead. And how about Chris Davis? He's on the comeback trail, playing down in the rehab assignment with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers in Appleton. Some of his highlights from last night in our Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Davis had a meniscus tear, and he is trying to work his way back. Hopefully he'll be able to, get maybe 10 or 12, 15 at-bats in the minor leagues, and let's see if the Brewers bring him back up here before the All-Star break.
Well, look, he's moving around pretty good. It'll take him a while to get his stroke back, but it looked like he was running all right. It's amazing what they can do in medical science these days, huh?
The old meniscus tear, 4 to 6 weeks to recover, and he's about right on schedule. Rain is falling, sending fans for cover. Had a fireworks show after the game here tonight. Dominic Brown leads off, and that one's on the ground into left field, a base hit. So the second hit for the Phillies. Garza had just a 6-pitch first inning, and every pitch was for a strike.
Now, you remember the start that he was able to get off to against the Twins. I mean, very quick, first 4 innings, 2 over the minimum, and then he hit the wall, gave up 3 runs, including a 3-run homer in that 5th inning, and that was his undoing. Give up a home run to Torrey Hunter in the next inning, and that was it. He got to a terrific start his last time out.
Cody Ashe now will bat with a runner at first. Ashe, a converted third baseman. He's been starting in left field this year. This is a string of 3 consecutive left-handed hitters, and then you got a switch hitter Galvis after Ashe. So 4 in a row off the left side against Garza. Garza in his last 3 starts has given up 17 earned runs in 18 innings at an ERA of 8.5 over his last 3. Looking for a turnaround game here tonight. He had back-to-back games giving up 13 hits in each game. in a loss against the Royals and then a loss against the Rockies.
You remember that game against Colorado? A lot of cheap hits, a lot of handle shots into the outfield. Of course, when you're up in the strike zone, those things happen.
He's lost 3 in a row. Hasn't won a game since he beat the Twins on June 6th. Hoping to start July like he did in the month of June. That was a good game, one of his better games of the year. 7 innings and 1 run against the contending Twins. But those last 3 are ERA busters for Matt Garza, who comes in with a record of 4-10 and an ERA over 5.5. And that ball is hit high and deep to right, way back. Ashe sends it out of here. A 2-run home run. Tell you, it can turn fast. The Brewers had 2 on and 1 out, and Braun at the plate, maybe trying to deliver an early knockout punch. Instead, a double play, and now a 2-run homer, and just like that, it's 4-2 Brewers.
And that pitch right down the middle of the plate. And not very good location on a 2-2 count. 94 miles an hour. Watch the location. Watch where it ends up. Leaks out over the heart of the plate. And Ashe hit it hard and knew it was gone. Lucroy was setting up inside, and Garza missed his spot.
That is only the 4th home run of the year for Cody Ashe. It was a no-doubter through the rain into the bleachers and right. Galvis trying to bunt his way on.
All about location. Yeah, that's the 17th home run allowed by Matt Garza this year.
Garza has given up 4 home runs in his last 3 starts, and now 6 homers in his last 4. Two balls and a strike on Freddie Galvis, switch hitting Phillies shortstop. McCannon has his catcher batting 8 tonight, Cameron Rupp. Galvis has been in that spot. He was 1 for 4 last night, and he pops this one up. See if that'll stay playable. Ramirez is over, and it's coming back his way. He's got it for the out. First out of the inning for Garza.
Well, he's got that good slider working. It's equally effective against left-handers and right-handed batters. You saw Kyle Lotion last night's ball game. I mean, he threw a lot of breaking pitches, curveballs, changeups, cut fastballs. Not too many fastballs to this Phillies lineup. He won last night, broke a 7-game losing streak. I guess why not? The fastball location hadn't been very good for Loesch. Go with the off-speed stuff. It worked, at least for a while.
There's Cameron Rupp, and he'll take a strike from Garza. Up a big burly catcher, splitting time now with Carlos Ruiz here. Hitting at just .232, has a homer and 6 RBIs. Ruiz caught last night. He's caught the last 2 games, as a matter of fact. And the Texan Rupp gets the bookend games of this series.
Just trying to find offense are the Phillies. They're having a rough time.
Two balls and a strike, and that one's in there. 2-2.
Utley on the DL. No Ben Revere tonight. No Carlos Ruiz. Just trying to get a hot bat in that lineup. Trying to get Dominic Brown going. Franco's been their best hitter in this series.
Rupp gets jammed. Nice easy hop for Jeanette. And there's out number 2. Well, you can vote for your MVP and help us decide which Fox Sports Supports partner will be crowned the winner. The charity with the most votes at the end of the Brewers season will score big with a donation from Hupy and Abraham. Choose from American Heart Association of Wisconsin, Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Milwaukee, or Fisher House, Wisconsin. To vote, visit foxsportswisconsin.com sports. Here's the pitcher, Billingsley, with 2 away. On the ground to Segura. And Garza is through 2 innings, giving up a 2-run homer to Ashe. And it's 4-2 Brewers after 2. On Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. During the rain in Philadelphia once again. We had a beautiful night for baseball last night. A lot of rain in the second game of the series, and it's a steady, annoying, light rain coming down right now.
As long as they don't pull the tarp.
Yeah, keep that tarp crew settled.
Keep them going.
I think we're all right. I think we'll be in good shape. Ponchos are out. Here's Adam Lind to start it. He takes a strike from Billingsley.
Heavy stuff's going to miss us.
It's not coming down for quite a while. Right?
Well, the good sign is, the tarp cover's still on. No sign of the grounds crew. So I'll go with that.
When you look at the radar and then you just see green, a green mass, that's a good sign, right? Because when it starts changing colors into orange and red and yellow, that's when it starts to get messy. That's what we had the other night here. But it's just a little green shower. Then takes one away. 3 balls and a strike on Adam Lind.
Might affect fireworks tonight, though.
It's possible. Lind on the ground, backhanded by Hernandez. And Adam is retired. First time Billingsley's got a first batter out in this game. All right, Sunday, it's all set up. 2015 Women's World Cup final is here. It's a rematch, 4 years in the making. Team USA against Japan. The winner will be crowned champion. Coverage begins Sunday at 4 Central, only on Fox, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Carlos Gomez, a little half swing, which is a fair ball. Gomez is going to be out. He fell down on that swing.
Get out of the way. The ball was going to hit him. Yeah, check it out. I mean, he starts to swing and then stops because look what the ball is. I mean, that was kind of a crazy looking swing. A ground out, a 4-3 with Gomez never leaving the dirt.
So 2 up and 2 down, and here comes Aramis Ramirez, and here comes Sophia Minnaert.
Hey, BA, yeah, I was able to catch up with Rami before the game, and a 4-game hitting streak for him. He says he knows it's a small sample size, but something to build off of. Feels like he's getting good pitches to hit. Feels like he's using the whole field, so feeling good about his approach. And he said top to bottom, everyone has been producing. Noted that the team has averaged 6.5 runs a game in this series. So he said when we're scoring, we're getting good pitching, playing good defense. Finally, things are starting to click for this team.
And it is interesting, and these guys made comment of it the other day, but you know, the more you produce, the better you're swinging the bat as a hitter, the better you pitch. With a team like the Brewers right now, who are certainly going to be trading some pieces, you don't know how many pieces, but certainly going to trade some pieces to contenders, then you know you're almost playing your way right into a possible trade, which for some players means you could be playing your way into a trade to a contending team that might have a chance to win a World Series.
Well, Ramos has always been a second half hitter. He was pushing it this year. This is game number 81. So tomorrow is the second half, and he's been hot for 4 days.
Just look at his career splits, first half, second half. It's one of the reasons he hasn't made that many all-star teams in his career. He's been a much better player in his last 80 games than his first 80. Ramirez takes one upstairs. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Ramos. Ramos is now 5 for 9 in the series. He has 8 runs batted in the series. Had a sac fly his last time up. And back up the middle it goes. Another base hit for Ramirez.
Now 7 for 13 and a 5-game hitting streak now. And again, taking it right back through the middle. Not trying to pull it. We were talking about that when we came on the air tonight. Not trying to hook everything, and then a little bit more patient at the plate, not necessarily, going after the first pitch all the time. And you see those second half numbers, nearly 300 for his career.
20 points higher than in the first half. Well, he's got it cooking right now. Here is Segura with Ramirez at first, and Billingsley missing high. Segura, his last time up, he flew out to center field. That ended the first. Milwaukee got 3 runs in the first on 3 hits. RBIs in that first inning from Braun and Lynn, and then the sac fly from Ramirez. Gerardo Parra drove in a run with a double last inning. Already 6 hits in the game for the Brewers.
Yeah, so you're just trying to get something going. He's one of the few hitters right now for the Brewers that is not swinging a bat all that well, and a bit of a tailspin right now. Trying to bunt his way on to get some positive feelings up there at the plate. He'll try anything.
Segura had the day off from the starting lineup yesterday, and he drives one into right field, a base hit.
That's even better.
Well, it went down and got it. A breaking ball from Billingsley, and Segura is aboard with a single. Back-to-back singles for the Brewers with 2 away. And for Gene Segura, that snaps an 0 for 16 at the plate.
Yeah, he was just motioning to the dugout saying, give me the ball. I need that ball. It was a base hit. It's been a while for Segura, but hey, that might snap him out of it.
Well, that'll get the hot hitting Jeanette to the plate with 2 on. Well, this could be a nice little answer for the Brewers if they could come up with runs here. Billingsley with 2 quick outs to start the inning. After the Phillies hit a 2-run homer from Cody Ashley in the second. Chance to get him right back. Jeanette's been on a nice run since he was recalled from AAA. And he lines one to right, a base hit. Ramirez is going to try to score, and he will score. The throw goes all the way through, and Segura tripped around the bag at third. He does get back, but it's a 2-out RBI for Scooter Gennett. Makes it 5-2 Brewers, and Gennett, he keeps it going. He's been on twice tonight.
Yep, after a changeup that he fouled off, kind of cued off the end of the bat, he waited back nicely on an off-speed pitch. Got on top of it and hammers it into right with Dominic Brown playing very deep. Ramirez able to score easily. Back-to-back changeups that Gennett got. The second one able to hit hard into right field.
Now Gennett is hitting over 300 since his recall from AAA. And a big swing by Garza.
Looking good. Just staying back is Scooter right now, and I think the pressure's off of him. He got off to such a bad start. He was jumping at the baseball, panicking up there a little bit.
Garza, little ground ball to second. All 3 outs, ground outs to Hernandez at second base. But 3 2-out hits and an RBI from Scooter Gennett makes it 5-2. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham, 800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business. The Brewer bats are back at it. Scooter Gennett adds to the lead with an RBI single with 2 outs in the top of the third. 5-2 now. Hey, don't forget, coming up Saturday, the Rays and the Yankees will be on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 11:30 a.m. Central. And then at 6 p.m. Central, it's Baseball Night in America as the Brewers take on the Reds. Only on Fox, and it's all week. And you're home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. Matt Garza ready to go here in the bottom of the third inning. We'll have the top of the order coming up. Phillies got 2 off of Garza first time through the batting order. 2-run home run by Cody Ashe. And the Phillies go 3 for 9 first time through the batting order. That's one area Garza would really like to settle down. Opponent's batting average this year is way too high for a pitcher with the stuff of Matt Garza.
Yeah, coming in at 290. He's given up 110 hits in 93 innings of work before tonight.
Odubel Herrera in the leadoff spot tonight. He did get the start yesterday. Was hitting 6th in the order yesterday, actually 7th yesterday. And he had 2 hits. He had a couple of 2-out hits, as a matter of fact. One of them drove in a run.
Young man that covers a lot of ground out there in center. And there's a lot of ground to cover in this ballpark in center field.
One ball, 2 strikes on Herrera. Count evens at 2-2. Garza pitched here at Citizens Bank Park in 08. He was the American League Championship Series MVP for the Tampa Bay Rays, and then that World Series with the Phillies. Pitched in Game 3 of that series. Did not factor in the decision. He went 6 innings in that game. That was the first game here at Citizens Bank Park, that memorable World Series. Remember Game 5 that started on a Monday and finished on a Wednesday. Former Brewer Jeff Jenkins had a key hit in that one, and the Phillies winning their first World Series title in 28 years. Most of the faces from that team are gone. There are a few that remain. No Charlie Manuel any longer, the terrific manager. You still have Utley and Ryan Howard. Jimmy Rollins was traded to the Dodgers this past offseason. Victorino a couple of seasons ago. Those were the key components.
That was some kind of team in that run of 5 consecutive division titles.
Carlos Ruiz is still here behind the plate.
Pitching, offense, and a lot of home runs.
You wonder what those two guys talk about. There's a ground ball that's going to get down the line, and Herrera thinking about 2. He is on his way. That is a 2-strike double by Odubel Herrera. A lot of hits in this game tonight. That's number 4 already for the Phillies.
And breaking ball right down the middle of the plate, left it up a little bit. And no way for Lynn to get there. Rolls it down the right field line, and with his speed able to get into second easily. That was a good battle for Herrera there. That was a 7-pitch at bat and a lot of breaking pitches.
So with a runner at second, here is Cesar Hernandez. Always a threat to bunt. Ramirez is creeping in on the grass. Hernandez dropped a bunt down beautifully his first time up for a base hit. Brewers have done a pretty good job against the Phillies with runners in scoring position in this series. They're hitting just 200. Stranding a ton of runners. They left 8 on yesterday. Stranded 11 in the second game of the series on Tuesday.
And 9 more in game 1. So it's been rough for Philadelphia, coming up with a big hit.
2-0 the count on Hernandez. 3-0 now. Hernandez has been the guy to get the playing time in the absence of Chase Utley. Utley is on the disabled list with an ankle injury.
He's done a pretty good job. He's very good defensively out there in the infield, and he can run, steal some bases, brings an element of speed to this lineup.
And Garza walks him. Not a good start to the inning from Matt Garza. 2 on, nobody out. And he'll have the middle of this Philadelphia order coming up. Suddenly the tying run comes to the plate. Brewers have 5 runs on the board in the first 3 innings on 8 hits. And you got a power hitter coming up with 2 on, nobody out. Maikel Franco. Franco's a free swinger. He has as many walks as he does homers. 10 of them.
And likes the first pitch. Look out here.
Garza, his last 32 pitches, 16 strikes, 16 balls. After starting this game with great command, his first 6 pitches of the game were strikes. 2 on, nobody out.
It's kind of been the way it's been for him. Garza coming in, 32 walks, 65 strikeouts, and 93 innings of work. A few too many walks, not too many strikeouts for Garza. Doesn't seem to be throwing the slider much tonight. Did some curveballs and fastballs, some change-ups. That slider's his big pitch when he's going well.
Ground ball to short, got a chance to turn it. Segura, Jeanette, the turn in time. A double play. Jeanette hanging in there tough.
Yeah, got that one in on his hands. Good pitch by Garza. Eating him up and in. That's about as easy as it gets. Couldn't get the bat head out, and a easy 6-4-3. Scooter getting wiped out at second base.
He takes the hits well, does Jeanette. Got off a good throw to complete the double play. 2 outs with 1 swing of the bat. There is a runner at third. Here is Ryan Howard. And the Brewers put a shift on for Howard, who hit the ball sharply his last time up, but a line drive right to Gomez in center. 3 on the right side, and Jeanette is deep out there in the grass.
Yeah, off the bat, that sounded like a home run in the first inning. It just didn't carry. I guess you look at that spray chart, you try and force him to hit the ball to left field. A lot of hits to right field, a pull hitter these days. Yeah, a lot of power in his younger days to left. There it is right there. Only 8 hits to left field.
Well, Howard's certainly not the player that he was in their great run of 5 division titles. But he has his place in Phillies history. He's second in the franchise in homers behind Mike Schmidt. Howard has a chance to hit 400 home runs in his career. He has 347 currently, and no real discussion about Howard hanging him up anytime soon. He's probably got 2 or 3 years left in him, you think. So he's got a chance to do that.
He's got 2 more years on a pretty lucrative contract, so I don't see him walking away, that's for sure.
He's also 3rd in Phillies history in runs batted in. He needs 30 RBIs to tie Del Innes for 2nd on their all-time list. Ground ball over there is Jeanette in the grass, and the long throw is good, and Howard is retired. Garza puts up a 0. Good rally back after the first 2 reached.
hotel and casino, and the Brewers offense continues to roll here at Citizens Bank Park. It's a 5-2 lead. Craig Counsell talking about the lineup construction and Gerardo Parra leading off this inning, and while Carlos Gomez has shared the majority of the leadoff time, he really likes Parra in that spot. Says he gets on base, uses it more by average than on base percentage, but Parra has now 6 hits in the series, and says it's really not about where you hit in the lineup. Counsell has always stressed as long as you take 4 quality at bats, it shouldn't matter where you are, and he always gets that from Gerardo Parra.
Yeah, Gerardo's been outstanding. I mean, talking about a guy that's been getting a ton of playing time. I mean, he's playing just about every game this year. He got a day off in the last homestand, but he has been as consistent as it gets. He's got that average at 300.
And even his day off from the starting lineup, he had a key pinch hit RBI single in that game.
He tied the game in the 8th inning against the Twins.
I guess it's time to stop referring to Parra as hot. He's just good. You see his night at the plate presented by Wendy's. Gerardo, a walk and a double. He drove in a run. He is now 6 for 13 in the series. They get 6 for 12 in the series. And he hits that one hard, foul.
It just gives you a good at bat. I mean, he'll give you what you need. Takes the ball to the opposite field. Just a good professional hitter. He's been around a long time. He's had a lot of success. Gold Glove winner twice.
He's been great off the bench. Of those rare occasions he's pinch hit. He's 7 for 13 as a pinch hitter. Slaps that one into left field, a base hit. Boy, Gerardo Parra keeps it going. 2 more hits tonight.
On cue.
Had 3 last night. And he is on base for the 3rd consecutive trip.
Well, you got to believe there's going to be contending teams that are going to be all over Gerardo Parra for many different reasons. But boy, what a valuable asset he would be to a contending ball club. Play anywhere in the outfield. He could play first base for you. We haven't seen that in the regular season.
Yeah, he took a lot of ground balls at first base in spring training, and he looked pretty good over there. Here is Lucroy now, who is 2 for 2 tonight. Parra takes off, and the throw to second is a good one. A caught stealing. Perfect strike from Cameron Rupp behind the plate.
Yeah, not even close. I just wonder if that's a good idea to be stealing, given the fact the Brewers have been, getting hits almost at will against Billingsley, getting out on the bases. That's 41% for Rupp behind home plate. He's been doing the best throwing of the Phillies catchers this year. Carlos Ruiz only 18%.
Now we saw Ruiz throwing the ball last couple of games. He does not look like himself. I'm not sure if he's dealing with an injury or something's going on with him, though. He's not throwing it like he used to.
Right, taking a little bit longer to get rid of it, which means there might be something going on with that arm. And in his day, one of the best in the business. Still a very good game caller, Ruiz.
Lucroy in an 0-2 count, and look out, almost hit him.
But Cameron Rupp out of the mold of 1980s, 1970s catchers. Big dude back there.
Bill Schroeder size.
Yeah,
catchers.
well, bigger than that. A little bit tougher, too. Remember Sal Fasano?
Oh yeah. I almost died at the hands of Sal Fasano once. In Wichita, Kansas, he hit a foul ball, and it was one of those little in Wichita, kind of like old Tiger Stadium, like a catbird seat right on top, hung right out over home plate. I looked up. I was looking down at my notes. I looked up. Ball was coming right between my eyes.
Yeah.
And it missed me. I somehow got out of the way. It took my headset off. It scared me to death.
Did you say anything you shouldn't have?
It's possible that I could have.
That's when it would happen.
That's the time.
When he gets startled like that. Yeah.
And Lucroy lines it foul.
Happened to me in Detroit, a long time ago in the old Tiger Stadium. Remember how close the press box, the booths were there?
Oh yeah.
Curtis Pride hit a foul ball. Looking at the monitor, I turned around and looked. It hit me right square in the chest. And again, I mean, if you're going to say something you shouldn't on the air, that's when it's going to happen.
That's the time. Yeah, Sal Fasano had a nice long career, though.
Yes, he did. Big dude. I remember J.J. Hardy tried to score on Fasano at Miller Park and ripped up his ankle.
Fasano was out of the Mike Scioscia catching tree, right? I mean, he would sit there and plant himself on home plate.
Back in the good old days when you could do that. Yep.
Squat right down. Boy, Scioscia's in the news a lot more than he wants to right about now. General manager Jerry DiPoto quit, and as Lucroy flies to right, that's been big news with the Angels.
Difference of philosophy, huh?
Yeah, Bill Stoneman was asked back to run the Angels. I think most people feeling like Scioscia's the one running the Angels after a long career there. A lot of winning, but that has kind of divided camps across baseball as well on who's right, who's wrong, how analytics play into the mix, relationship between general manager and manager, which is a key.
Our buddy Jeff Cirillo, I'm sure, has some opinions on that. He's a scout for the Angels.
Yeah, one of DiPoto's right-hand men. Ryan Braun in an 0-2 count. So if we go to the tail of the tape, we got Cameron Rupp 6'2", 260. Sal Fasano 6'2", 225. Bill Schroeder 6'2", 200.
Yeah, right. 200.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Braun pops it up.
In Little League, maybe.
And this will retire the side. What was your playing weight?
That was a setup, by the way.
220?
Yeah, right.
Easy.
Yeah. And it's the Brewers and Braves at Miller Park next Monday through Wednesday. It all kicks off with a Miller High Life Monday before continuing Tuesday night at 7 o'clock and wrapping up with Kids and Seniors Discount Day on Wednesday afternoon. For tickets, go to brewers.com today.
5-2 Milwaukee. Final day here in Philadelphia. The Brewers headed to Cincinnati tonight. Dominic Brown will lead off. Matt Garza coming off a scoreless third inning. Had a double and a walk to start the inning, but then a double play and a ground out. And Garza was out of the mess. Brown had a base hit his last time up. Had a single into the opposite field. He's had a down year as well. He's only hitting 190. This is a guy that had 27 home runs 2 years ago. And by this time in 2013, he had 19 homers. He's got his average up to 204 after his hit his last time up. That one's into center field, shallow. Coming in is Gomez for out number 1.
And it wouldn't be the first kid to come up and really light it on fire until the league starts to catch up to him. Making adjustments on him, and apparently he has not been able to make the adjustment himself. Doesn't take long for pitchers and the league to figure you out. You got to be able to make adjustments. That's what Scooter's been working on. And that's the transition, or kind of the adjustment that Segura made last year.
Here's Cody Ashe now, and he swings and lines one to right, a base hit. He has Garza's number here tonight. A 2-run homer and now a single to right. And a base runner with 1 out in the 4th. Well, it is now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag WisDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Runner at first with 1 gone. Here's Freddie Galvis. Popped up into foul territory his last time up. A shot, base hit. Galvis with a single to right. 2 more hits for the Phillies here in the 4th inning.
Yep, 2 pitches and 2 base hits. Both, hitters attacking early. Both pitches right down the middle. The last one to Galvis a little bit lower than the one to Ashe. So Garza getting a lot of the play with his fastball tonight. Not sure where that slider is. Haven't thrown many of them.
Well, Garza has allowed 6 hits already. We're only in the 4th. And he'll face Cameron Rupp, the big catcher.
Yeah, 15 hits between the 2 teams already.
And there's a shot. Base hit up the middle. And holding around third. Snap throw to second. Back is Galvis. They decided to hold up Cody Ashe. Got the pitcher coming up. And so John Miserock, who had a base runner thrown out at home plate, Dominic Brown in the opener of this series, holds up Ashe, sensing a big inning here.
And you got the pitcher coming up. You wonder about that decision. You're throwing a wet baseball. A good idea for Carlos Gomez to try and sneak that throw behind Galvis to get him. Ashe has to hold up. 3 straight pitches for 3 hits. All fastball.
And here is Billingsley now. Bases loaded, 1 out. 5-2 Milwaukee. Garza has given up a lot of hits already. Let's see if he can get Billingsley to bounce into a double play to end the inning. Billingsley has been a pretty decent hitter in his career.
He's a big boy. If he makes contact, he might send one. He does have 2 career homers.
He had a home run back in 09, his All-Star season. Had one in 2011. Hit 190 one year, his highest batting average. And he does have a hit this year. Those are the career numbers. He's actually been a really good hitter with bases loaded. Takes a called strike 3. Billingsley is out. Garza
right at the top of the zone. Billingsley actually thought that might be high. It's a curveball, not a slider. That would be a slider situation, and that one going straight down. Looks like Fox Tracks had it in the strike zone.
That's a great example of how Lucroy can steal a strike. Even though it's in the strike zone, by letting that ball travel just a little bit longer instead of reaching out and catching it at a high point. He lets it drop. It gives the umpire a great look at it. So a big out for Garza, a strikeout, bases loaded, 2 outs. Top of the order, here is Herrera.
Yeah, good time for his first strikeout.
They hold Ashe on that base hit by Rupp. Garza trying to make him pay for that decision.
That's a risky proposition right there, holding him up with a pitcher coming up. And Garza falling behind now. Herrera 2-0.
It's tough duty for John Mizorok. He had to be forced into that third base coaching job. Let's see if Garza can get out of the inning. A swing and a miss. A 2-0 pitch up high, and
yeah, it would have been 3-0.
Herrera just over aggressive, chases one. Very unusual batting stance. Phillies have 1 hit, but it did not produce a run.
Spreads out, back foot on that back line and spreads out, and then lifts that front leg way up in the air. That's a lot of movement as that ball's coming to home plate.
And a little line drive, base hit. 1 run is in. That's Ashe. Galvis right behind him. And it is a 2 RBI single for Odubel Herrera. It's a 1-run game.
Right down the middle of the plate. Well, Herrera able to get the 2-out base hit. Driving a couple of runs. Missing his spots. Lucroy wanted that ball away and ended up middle in. So the location for Garza not very good tonight.
And he's given up 8 hits.
And not a very good pitch.
Now Rick Kranitz is on his way out. Brewers got him 5 runs in the first 3 innings, and now the Phillies knocking at the door here with 2 away. Runners at first and second with Cesar Hernandez coming up. In there for a strike. Good fastball from Garza. He has not retired Hernandez tonight. Had a bunt single in the first inning. He walked in the third. And that one's on the ground, foul. Just missed the bag. That might have scored a couple.
Yeah, curveball up again. Hernandez had a good pitch to hit. He just hooked it foul.
Phillies have scored 2 runs on 4 hits in this inning. Just had a 2 RBI single with 2 outs by Herrera. He's at first. Lead runner is Rupp, the catcher. On the ground, too short. Got to hurry this one. Segura's throw is late. Infield hit. And the inning continues.
He can run, huh? Hitting from the left side. Watch him. He's on his way out of the batter's box before that ball is really on its way to shortstop. And you don't have a whole lot of time to get that ball over there. Good dig by Lynn to keep it in the infield. This kid looks like a pretty good player.
Well, he's 2 for 2 tonight with a walk. And he has loaded the bases for the Phillies' best hitter right now, Maikel Franco. who bounced into a 6-4-3 double play last time up. 5-4 Milwaukee. Franco pops it up on the first pitch. And Garza is going to get out of the inning. 2 runs are in, though. We got a hitterish night in Philadelphia tonight. Brewers lead by a run. Lead hanging on to that lead after Garza strands the bases loaded. Carsoup.com trivia since '06, who are the only 2 players to hit more homers than Ryan Howard? Good question. Howard taking over for Jim Thome here in Philadelphia. A very popular player with the Phillies, and Howard has been a great player for them for a decade or thereabouts.
Yeah, one of the most feared hitters in all of baseball in his prime.
Billingsley back to work. He'll face Adam Lind to start it. He's got a visit from Charlie Kerfeld. Came into the booth, the Philly scout, one of the more colorful big league players back in his day.
He could bring it a little bit.
Well, I mean,
good fastball.
Didn't he always used to wear a Jetsons t-shirt under his uniform?
That I couldn't tell you.
I think he did. He's a big George Jetson
Had
fan.
the big glasses on.
Big Charlie Kerfeld. He pitched for the Astros, among others. He'd throw a pitch, his glasses would fall off.
They've got Charlie listed in the Phillies media guide as special assistant to the general manager.
Sounds about right. Ruben Amaro Jr. going to be a shakeup in the front office of the Phillies. Matter of fact, the day we arrived here Monday, they had a big press conference. And announcing Andy MacPhail will take over as president following the season. Lind with a bouncer, bounces off of Howard right to Hernandez, who can't find the handle. Boy, that was a shot, and that has stung Ryan Howard.
Yeah, that's one that he should be able to handle, though. And he is just having a tough time over at first base in this series. They got him on the bare hand, I think. He stays in front of it. Yep, it gets him on the bare hand, and we're going to take a look at it. It's going to be an E3. I'll tell you, if Hernandez gets that ball out of his glove right away, he might get the out. Top spin.
Ate him up. Now, Howard is he should be a DH at this point of his career. Obviously doesn't have that opportunity here in Philadelphia, and his contract is so large. If the Phillies decided they would pay some of that contract, there might be an American League team that would take a shot on Howard, let him DH and give you a big power bat off the bench. Now, he struggles at first base, no doubt.
He's never been a Gold Glover, but if he could get to it, he normally is going to make the play, but not these days.
All right, so Carlos Gomez now with a lead runner on, courtesy of a Howard error. Gomez had an unusual out his last time up. Pitch up and in. He tried to bail out of the way, but in the process the bat came through. He hit it actually on the barrel and it rolled to second base. He fell down while the ball was rolling to second base, and there was a play at first without Gomez ever leaving the box.
No. The ball might have hit him if it didn't hit the bat.
1 ball, 1 strike. And Gomez fouls it away. The Crew has had a number of opportunities to put this one away early. Got some runners on, but Garza has not been able to keep the Phillies off the scoreboard. Each team with 9 hits already. On his way to second goes Lynn. That one gets away from Rupp.
Yeah, the Brewers 5 for 8 with runners in scoring position already tonight in the first 4 innings. And the 1 out was in the second inning, an opportunity for the Brewers to really lay it on the Phillies. Braun grounded into a double play with men at first and third.
Got a chance to add to the lead here. Gomez is up with Lynn now at second base, and the count goes to 3-2 on Gomez. (5-4) Brewers. We play in the 5th. A lot of offense tonight already. Up and in again. This time Gomez will draw the walk.
Not even close.
First and second with nobody out.
Third walk for Billingsley. 3 walks, no strikeouts for Chad Billingsley tonight.
Here's Ramirez. 2 on, nobody out. He's got a single, a run scored, and then he drove in a run with a sac fly earlier tonight. Big chance for the Brew Crew here. And Ramirez takes a ball. Now, last night the Brewers with 17 hits. Had 10 hits in game 2. 16 hits in game 1.
And well on their way tonight, huh? Both teams.
Ramirez a little chopper over to make the play as Franco, and will get the out at first. That'll work just like a bunt. Both runners advance to second and third. The first out of the inning for Billingsley, retiring a hot hitter in Aramis Ramirez.
You got him on a cut fastball. It just kind of spun up there. It didn't move much, but it was the speed that got Ramirez.
So that'll bring up Segura, who just snapped an 0 for 16 run at the plate with a single to right. An opportunity to drive in a couple of runs with a base hit. Got the very speedy Gomez at second base. Infield in for the Phillies here in the 5th inning. And a strike from Billingsley. Brewers have had a good night with runners in scoring position already. 5 for 9. Impressive to have 9 at bats in the first 4 innings with a runner in scoring position. Up and in again.
And they've had at least 1 at bat with a man in scoring position in every inning but the 4th.
Milwaukee hitting .367 with runners in scoring position in this series. can add to it. The 1-1 pitch and a base hit into right center. In to score is Lind. Here comes Gomez, and he will score. It's Gene Segura this time. 2 RBI single to right center, and the Brewers add to their lead. It's now 7-4.
And yet another hit for the Brewers to the opposite field. That's a good piece of hitting by Segura. You just get a sense that that base hit he got his last time up is going to take the pressure off of him. Same pitch. Look at that cutter. Actually, it was a curveball his last time up, but didn't try and pull it, just punched it into right. And with the infield drawn in, easy base hit, scoring a couple of runs.
Gives him 23 runs batted in for the year. The Brewers are now 6 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And here is Scooter Gennett with 1 out and a runner at first.
And still no activity in that Phillies bullpen.
Another double-digit hit total tonight. 10 hits tonight already. 53 hits in the series.
It's a 5th inning.
Man.
There's been 19 hits in this game. I'll tell you what this series has done for the Brewers as a team offensively. I mean, they are now 11th in the league in batting average. They came in next to last.
How about that?
And they have been raking. And Greg Counsell's offense starting to swing the bats. No coincidence that they're starting to get healthy.
The fight to 500. Can the Brewers get there this year? They're still 16 games under. Gennett in the air to right. Brown eases over toward the line. He's got it for the out. Scooter Gennett is out number 2. Yeah, if the Brewers were able to get back to 500, that would be a monumental comeback for Craig Counsell and this team.
Yeah, you think 20 games over 500? Yeah, before this road trip started.
Matt Garza fouls one away. He was late.
Well, the Brewers are starting to win series. They won their 3rd consecutive series. Mets, Twins, now Phillies.
The Brewers are looking for their 5th straight win. And if they win tonight, they'll have won 7 consecutive here in this ballpark. Going back to last season, had a sweep here last year. A 3-game series sweep. It's interesting that the last 10 games these two teams have played, the road team is 10-0. The Phillies swept the Brewers last year.
Yeah, 4 straight.
Matt Garza fouls it off.
And that seemed to be a defining moment for the Brewers last year in their run to the postseason. That sweep took a lot out of the ball club.
Never could get it back. Garza in a 1-2 count. 2 outs in the inning. And down he goes on strikes. Rupp will have to secure it at first. But the offense continues to click. 2 more runs are in. Gene Segura this time delivers. 2 RBI single to right. And it's 7-4 Milwaukee.
Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Well, the Brewers have added 2 more to their lead, courtesy of Gene Segura, and it's 7-4. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. And our Carsoup.com trivia question: Ryan Howard's in it tonight. Since 06, the only 2 players to hit more homers than Ryan Howard. Who do you have on that list? That would be Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera. That's pretty tall company right there.
And not too far behind Cabrera either. Of course, Cabrera hits in a much different ballpark. Taking nothing away from Ryan Howard.
Well, Ryan Howard, 347 career home runs. That is the most among left-handed hitters in Phillies franchise history, by the way. He's got a long way to go to catch Mike Schmidt. I don't think he's going to get there. 200 home runs. Schmidt hit 548. He is the record holder. Phillies franchise history for homers and RBIs. One of the greatest third basemen of all time.
Michael Jack.
Ground ball into the shift. Right there is Scooter Gennett. And Howard is out. Second time he has bounced to Gennett out in the rover position.
I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. Listened to Phillies games. Harry Callis, Richie Ashburn. Listen to Mike Schmidt hit home runs. I'm not talking about little guy, but I'm talking formidable years.
I miss Harry Callis, man. We used to love sitting with him. And, we'd come here to Philadelphia. This booth, this press box, is named after Harry Callis, the legendary voice of the Phillies. His son Todd still works in the game with the Tampa Bay Rays. Harry was also known for many other things, including NFL films.
Right. Great voice.
Yeah, he was always a great man, too. He used to sit down for media dinner. He'd come to the table and share a few stories. And one of his many famous calls for the Phillies.
I remember, at the Vet, before this ballpark was built, we'd do games, and after the games, they had the press room, and you can have an adult beverage in there and sit around. The broadcasters would sit around there and just talk baseball. And Harry would be telling stories. Not much better than that. That was fun. You sit around and you have a beer and you listen to Harry Callis while you're waiting for the bus to load up, right? You go down there, you spend a half an hour.
That's a beautiful thing. Into center, Gomez is there. And the second out of the inning. That's where we are still so fortunate to be able to spend time with Bob Uecker every day, the Hall of Fame voice of the Brewers. And he's one of the last of his kind. There are a few out there, of course. Vin Scully's still going strong. There's Ueck.
Yeah. I was down there during Brewers batting practice. Bob McClure was with us. It was me, McClure, and Bob Uecker. They were telling stories about the days when McClure was with the Brewers and some of the stuff that they used to do. Good stuff. McClure's got his hands full as a pitching coach here.
Oh boy, does he ever. He is wearing out a path to the pitcher's mound from the dugout. Ground ball. Gennett ranges over, and an off-balance throw. Another scoop by Lynn. He is becoming very proficient at scooping baseballs. Matt Garza, that's an inning he was looking for. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful play defensively.
Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. The Brewers 7-4 lead for them here as we start the 6th inning, and you can join today's starter Matt Garza and his teammates for the Brewers Bowl-a-thon on Sunday, July 19th. You can enjoy a VIP reception, silent auction, and of course bowling with the Brewers players while raising money for the Sojourner Family Peace Center, a safe haven for abused women and children. So you can visit brewers.com/Beyond the Diamond, or you can call 414-902-4532.
All right, Sophia, thanks. And Matt Garza coming off a 3-up, 3-down 5th inning. Here is Justin DeFreitas. Chad Billingsley is out, and he is on the hook for the loss. He had a rough one here tonight, giving up 7 runs and 10 hits.
Yep. Well, DeFreitas pitched on Monday, 2 2/3, gave up a run on 4 hits. Hard thrower out of that bullpen. Pretty good sinker. Throw a changeup.
Jeff Francoeur takes over in right field on the double switch. He will hit 9th, and he'll be 3rd up in the bottom of the 6th. Put DeFreitas in Dominic Brown's spot. Parra pops it up. Foul territory. No, stays in fairgrounds. And there to make the play is Ashe for out number 1. So Billingsley goes 5 innings with 10 hits allowed, 7 runs, 6 of them earned in his comeback from the disabled list.
Yeah, rough outing for him. Brewers put some good swings on him. He left a lot of pitches up in the strike zone. He's probably on a pretty strict pitch count. And that Phillies bullpen added early again tonight.
Here is Lucroy with 1 away. He's got 2 hits tonight, 2 out of 3 for Lucroy. Brewers scored 3 in the first, giving them 8 total runs in the first inning of this 4-game series. Added 1 in the second, another one in the third, and then 2 came in on Segura's 2 RBI single in the 5th. 7 runs on 10 hits.
And the Brewers team batting average coming into this series, 238. Coming into this inning, 246. I mean, that's incredible to be able to raise your team batting average. 8 points in 3 games.
No doubt.
Or actually, that includes the 10 hits today. But that's still incredible. Brewers now 11th in the National League in batting average. Still not very good, but much better than it was when they left for the road trip.
Nice little moment there. Fan giving that little boy a ball. That's away. Making a great memory here at Citizens Bank Park. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lucroy. Inside. Count evens at 2-2. You don't expect that kind of turnaround in your batting average as a team with all of those at bats. Just gives you an idea of what the Brewers have been able to accomplish in this series. And of course, part of that is the Phillies pitching staff, but the Brewers started hitting prior to this series. Ground ball, a hot one right to Franco. A nice play and a good throw for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Here comes Braun now, who has a hit and an RBI tonight. He's on the home run leaderboard, courtesy of Powerball. He has 15. That leads the club. Braun is currently 8th in the league in homers. He's tied with Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs. Giancarlo Stanton has 27. He's on the disabled list, but still the leader. And a guy we're going to see tomorrow night, Todd Frazier, is 2nd in the league in homers with 25. That RBI for Braun in the first has him within an RBI of Todd Frazier. 53 ribbies. That is 7th in the league. He's in the top 10 in runs. And he's in the top 6 in runners in scoring position batting average. So he's holding up well this year, Ryan Braun. He'd like to see his batting average continue to rise. I feel like he's raised it 20 points in the last couple of weeks, though.
Now, first 2 games of this series, he raised it pretty good, 7 for 10.
He was hitting in the 250s Couple of homestands back, and he takes a strike from DeFreitas. 1-2 the count on Ryan. Braun with 9 hits in the series. He is 9 for 18 in this series at this point. And a swing and a miss. Down he goes. First of the night for the Phillies. A 3-up, 3-down inning with a strikeout.
Brewers' third free shirt Friday of the summer. On Friday, July 17th, the Brewers open up a weekend series against the Pirates, and all fans at Miller Park got to roll out the Barrel T-shirt, courtesy of American Family Insurance. Go to Brewers.com for tickets.
The old Barrelman logo, that was the original. It's one of my favorites, actually. And the Barrelman mascot now at Miller Park. They see the night of Matt Garza thus far. So he's got a chance to finish up strong here for a couple of innings. He's coming off an 8-pitch 3-up 3-down fifth, one that he needed desperately.
Yeah.
He's given up 4 earned runs. The Phillies got within a run, and then the Brewers scored twice in the top of the fifth. Garza had a shutdown inning in the bottom of the fifth.
And finally able to get Cody Ashe, first time when he ground out to second.
Freddie Galvis singled his last time up, and then he scored a run. 2 swings of the bat for the Phillies have produced all 4 of their runs. Galvis bangs one into right, very similar to his last hit. Same pitch, I think. And a clean single to start the 6th for the Phillies.
Yeah, breaking pitch up in the zone, and Galvis able to hook it into right field. And Matt Garza just able to hang on here so far. There's some stirring around in that Brewers bullpen. You wonder how long Craig Counsell is going to stick with Garza, giving up a lot of base hits.
Here's Cameron Rupp. Remember, the Phillies had a double switch last inning, so Francoeur is on deck. Batting in the 9 spot now. Garza has allowed 10 hits to the Phillies. Rupp had a single his last time up. Single back up the middle. And a wave and a miss. Didn't mean to do it. I guess congratulations are in order to Brewers bullpen catcher Marcus Hanel tonight.
Yeah, big time, right?
He has set a new world record for cheesesteaks eaten in a 4-game series in the visiting clubhouse here at Citizens Bank Park. 20. And I'm guessing he's not done yet. That's where it sits right now. 20.
Still looking pretty good. He's still upright. That's a lot of cheesesteak, my friend.
And that shirt's kind of stretching out a little bit in the mid-region.
That's an MLB record. He's not a professional. Just a hungry guy with a serious appetite.
He actually enjoys it. He's wondering what all the hubbub is about. There's a strike called. Garza gets one in there on Cameron Rupp, and a strikeout for the first out of the inning. Well, Sophia is our intrepid reporter on the Marcus Hanel cheesesteak consumption watch. She has a lot more to offer on this current situation.
Yeah, BA. So Marcus Hanel had the record locked up before he even came in today with 18, and they did the math on this, and the 18 cheesesteaks prior to today, good for 22,000 calories, if you can believe that. And he plans to take down 2 more after the game before we get on this flight. So Eddie Cedar had the line of the night, though, saying we wanted to get him a championship belt, but couldn't find one that would fit.
Yeah, that's going to go extra large.
Yeah.
He's a big man anyway, but that's a record that even Kobayashi would be impressed by. Marcus Hanel, the myth.
Do you ever see the size of those things they make in the clubhouse?
No, I have not.
Well,
are they bigger than normal cheesesteaks?
They're bigger than the normal ones you get here at the ballpark. You
Okay.
get at Geno's or Pat's. I mean, almost twice the size.
Wow.
Just stuffed with cheese and onions.
Wow. How does he do it, Rob?
I don't know. I told you, he's just hungry. Big eater anyway, even when he doesn't try.
Jeff Francoeur, his first at bat, and a swing and a miss. Down he goes. So 2 outs, back-to-back strikeouts for Garza. Gives him 3 for the game. Again, it's time for you to tweet us your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag WistDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile.
Maybe we can get a picture of one of those cheesesteaks in the clubhouse after the game.
And then if I get too close to one, I'm going to be enticed to eat one, and I'm trying to avoid having one cheesesteak in Philadelphia. They're so good.
Yeah, I had one. That was on Monday.
Is that right? Inhaled that one, did you?
Took my time. Polished it off. Wasn't in the clubhouse. It was I bought retail.
Oh, okay.
Over at Jim's down on South Street.
Philadelphia's cheesesteak. Yep. And apparently, all these cheesesteak wars in Philadelphia, the best ones that are made are right down in that visitors clubhouse.
Yeah, that's the word.
You have to take their word for it.
There you go. That's the stance right there too, so you don't get any on
that
you.
Down. Yeah, you gotta
spread out, lean back.
Right, you gotta catch it. You gotta catch
it
a little bit that's falling out. You gotta catch it, and then lick the fingers. Go to the soda. And Marcus Hanel's eaten 21 of those now. How? I wonder if he dips it in water like those hot dog eating champions do.
I think it's just that regular. We got Tony Luke's out here in center field, and one of the big cheesesteak wars, Pat's and Geno's. Jim's.
2 outs and a 2-1 count to Herrera. Misses away. 3 balls and a strike. Just for the record, he's polishing off 6 a day. Is Marcus Hanel.
Right.
I don't think he's going to get to 6 today. He told Sophia he's got 2 more left in him, I think, right? So that'll put him at 23. He'll only have 5 today.
Looks a little pale.
Ground ball. Jeanette is there. He'll set his feet and out at first, and Garza has settled in here just in time. Back-to-back scoreless innings. Oh, he's almost done. After the game this evening, starting a 3-game series tomorrow. Our Miller Lite What's on Tap. Fires and Lorenzen tomorrow, 5:30 airtime. Saturday is on Fox. That'll be Nelson against Smith. And then Sunday back on Fox Sports Wisconsin, Youngman and Leake.
Yeah, Brewers get a break. They miss Cueto.
Cueto just pitched yesterday, and he pitched a dandy. Might not be a Red much longer.
Of course, it's good for the Brewers offense, but you love to see guys like Cueto work.
So Friday and Sunday on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Saturday night, Baseball Night in America on Fox. And then the Brewers will be back at Miller Park Monday. Got a series with the Braves coming up, a homestand, a quick one. Adam Lind leads off for the Crew in the 7th. Had a single and an RBI in the first inning, and would drive in the second Brewers run in that inning, extending his hitting streak to 11 in a row as he pops this one up. 1 away.
Hey, join the Crew for the first ever Koozie Night at Miller Park on Friday, August 7th. This special Koozie Night ticket package includes a ticket to see the Brewers take on the St. Louis Cardinals, plus a one-of-a-kind Bernie's Chalet can koozie, all for just $13. For tickets, go to brewers.com/special events.
It's pretty cool. It's got the old Bernie's Chalet from the County Stadium days. Here's Gomez now. Little half swing, and he checks his swing.
That's when Bernie went down the slide and landed in a mug of beer.
One and one. Gomez coming out from his helmet. Gives everybody a good chuckle. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Had a scene with Torrey Hunter and the Twins. Gomez swinging out of his helmet. Martin Maldonado made up a makeshift chin strap with athletic tape. Torrey Hunter was having good fun with Gomez. There's a liner foul. Make a play. Got it, girl. No problem.
Yeah, the whole helmet flying off to us is like everybody coming in here, you know, visiting teams, talking about cheesesteaks.
That's
For
true.
the folks in Philly, they're probably tired of hearing about it.
That's a good point. Gomez swings and misses. Down he goes on strikes. It's 5 in a row now for DeFreitas. He's come in and settled things down for the Phillies. He has a couple of strikeouts as well.
Showing a good breaking pitch. You got Braun on the fastball and you got Gomez on a slider. Mentioned Monday night, DeFreitas threw 2 2/3 innings after a short start by O'Sullivan.
Here's Aramis Ramirez with 2 away. And he swings and lines one into left field, a base hit. 2 more hits tonight for Ramirez. 2 out of 3 with a sac fly and an RBI tonight. Got it going again.
This is how the 3rd inning got going for the Brewers. 2 outs, nobody on. 3 consecutive singles started by Ramirez.
Yeah, Ramirez, Segura, and then Jeanette had the RBI single. Brewers got 3 in the first, single tallies in the second and the third, and then a 2-run 5th. Ramirez is going to be pinch run for. Hernan Perez will run for him at first base. So the end of the night for Ramos. Here is Gene Segura. A good night's work for Ramirez once again.
A good series. And a terrific series here at Philly.
Ramirez with 7 hits and 12 at-bats. Gene Segura with the rain falling in our shining moment courtesy of Marshfield Clinic. That was a key hit for him. Had a 0 for 16 at the time. Then his next time up he drove in 2 runs with a very similar hit to right field.
Yeah, one on a curveball, one on a slider, and both going to right field. That's a way to snap yourself out of a bad stretch. Think right field.
2 out of 3 tonight for Segura. Justin DeFreitas trying to get Pete McCannon 2 innings here tonight. Before that single by Ramirez, had retired all batters faced with a couple of Ks. Segura in a hitter's count, 3-1. There goes Perez, and Segura, slow roller, tough play coming over. He is Franco. The throw is late. All the way to third goes Perez.
Oh, good base running by Perez. Well done. There's no way they're going to be able to get Segura at first. That wasn't even close.
Infield hit by Gene Segura, his 3rd hit of the night.
So the break's starting to turn a little bit for Segura. And with Franco vacating the bag, I mean, this is a no-brainer for Perez. He sees the ground ball, anticipating to throw to first, and nobody at third. So he just kind of walks over there and first and third and 2 outs. Another rally brewing for the crew with 2 outs and nobody on.
That is the 12th hit of the night for Milwaukee. Jeanette has a hit and a walk tonight. Got a chance to add to his RBI totals. He drove one in back in the 3rd inning. Scooter had 3 RBIs last night with 3 hits. Justin DeFreitas in a 1-0 count on Jeanette, and Scooter fouls it away. Brewers bullpen is still active. Gives you an idea that Garza might be done for the night. His spot is due up next. He is standing in the on-deck circle, but Broxton's been throwing for a while in this inning.
Well, for sure, if Jeanette gets on, they're going to pinch hit.
2 outs in the inning. And Jeanette in a 1-2 count now. Garza through 6 innings. Ran into some trouble in the 2nd and the 4th.
Teams would have a left-hander up in the bullpen, probably bring him in here for Jeanette. Nobody getting loose, so Craig Counsell is pretty much free to send anybody he wants up there to pinch hit for Garza if it gets that far. There really no guessing as to what the Phillies are going to do because there's nothing going on in that bullpen.
You see Hector Gomez there in the background, who would probably be the guy to pinch hit, it looks like, if Jeanette can reach.
7th inning in a 3-run game. A lot of teams would be bringing in a left-hander for Jeanette here.
The Phillies have 2 lefties, Diekman and Araujo. Runner goes. Jeanette fouls it away. Segura was on the move.
Diekman threw 2 innings last night, and Araujo threw an inning. Bullpen's been used a lot for the Phillies. I mean, really no mystery as to what they're trying to do, just trying to get through the game. There's Broxton, and nothing going on in that Phillies bullpen.
All right, long battle here. Count is still 1-2. Tefredis retired the first 2 hitters, then Ramirez singled. Segura had an infield hit. Now Jeanette with runners at the corners. Got him. A strikeout. Scooter is gone. The inning is over. And the Brewers strand 2. 3rd strikeout for Tefredis. Stretch time in Philly. And we've talked a lot about the offense, Rob, rightly so, but the defense has been impressive. Our Columbia St. Mary's worth another look. Some of the highlights of this 4-game set.
Yeah, there's been some tremendous plays. That was a big play on Tuesday night. Bases loaded. Got a double play. Luke Croy continues to throw the baseball well. Brewers have committed 5 errors in this series, 3 in one game, 2 in another. But in between all that, the defense has been pretty solid. Anytime you have good pitching, you're going to have good defense behind it. As Jonathan Broxton takes over, back-to-back nights for Broxton. We saw him last night. Tossed a 3 up, 3 down 8th inning that included a couple of strikeouts. 32 punch-outs, 9 walks in just shy of 30 innings of work.
Perez will remain in the game at third base after pinch running for Ramirez. So the Brewers tighten up their defensive unit. Broxton is in for the 7th inning. Matt Garza goes 6, 10 hits, 4 runs all earned. A walk and 3 strikeouts for Garza, and he is in line for the win. 2 2-run innings for the Phillies. 2-run homer by Cody Ashe in the 2nd, and then it was a 2 RBI single with 2 outs off the bat of Odubel Herrera.
After struggling most of the night, Garza finished strong with a couple of scoreless innings.
Garza retired 7 of his last 8 batters faced. Hernandez with 2 infield hits and a walk tonight. Phillies are on the hunt for young talent, and they found a couple in Franco and Hernandez.
This guy's pretty good. He's been impressive in this 4-game series.
He is very fast. He's one of the fastest in the game.
Makes good contact and been pretty solid at second base.
2 balls and a strike. And that one's in the air, left field, falling fast. It is down, a base hit. Cesar Hernandez on for the 4th time tonight, his 3rd hit. Broxton went an inning last night. He was impressive. Had a pretty clean inning in the 8th last night. A couple of strikeouts. Broxton threw just 13 pitches last night. 10 of those were for strikes. Yep. This might be a showcase as much as anything else. Out there in back-to-back games, there are a lot of teams who might have an interest in Broxton if they're looking for bullpen help. Contending teams. Broxton in the last year of his deal.
Had a difficult time keeping the ball in the ballpark early in the season. He's throwing much better lately. Did have a rough outing where he gave up 4 runs in an outing. About the slider, getting that over for strikes. How about that? Franco letting that fastball right down the middle, first pitch go.
Yeah, go figure, right? He's been swinging at the first pitch all series. He probably made up his mind he's going to take one, and it's right down the middle.
Yeah.
He has had a couple of key at-bats for Garza's success tonight. Franco came up with 2 on and 1 out in the 3rd inning. He bounced into a double play. And then he was up with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 4th inning, and he popped up on the first pitch.
Yeah, foul ground.
Hitting 3rd in this Phillies lineup, the rookie. He is among rookie leaders in the National League in homers and RBIs. 0-2 the count with a runner at first. And inside.
Good idea. That was the kind of pitch that Garza was able to throw to get Franco to ground into a double play in the 3rd inning. Fastball in. Just missed the inside corner.
Franco was the rookie of the month in the National League for the month of June. In the air to left center field, long run. Parra lays out and makes the catch. Gives it to Gomez to throw it in.
Wow.
Boy, Gerardo Parra was guarding the line and had a long way to go and makes a beautiful catch in left center.
He's something else. He covers a lot of ground. He got a great jump on that baseball. Wasn't hit all that hard. There was a lot of air under it. Franco got jammed. But look at Parra going over, and watch what he does. He flips it to Gomez to make sure that Hernandez stays at first. Always thinking. He's always one step ahead of the rest of you. And there it is. Gomez able to throw it into second base. Hernandez stays at first.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. Great teamwork. Beautiful catch by Gerardo Parra. First out of the inning. That'll bring up Ryan Howard.
I'll tell you, Parra doesn't make too many mistakes out there in the field. He really doesn't. He thinks through what's going on, anticipates.
Runner at first with one out. Howard at the plate. Brewers put their third baseman, now that Perez is in the game, they put him on the right side in between Jeanette and Segura. So Segura stays in his natural spot. Jeanette covering the hole, and Perez, who has started a number of games at second base and played there quite often, very comfortable in that position as well.
So we don't have anybody out of position, right?
Rick Kranitz, a pitching coach, chatting with counsel, keeping a close eye here on Jonathan Broxton. Brewers do have activity in their bullpen. 7-4 Milwaukee, and Howard rips one foul. Ryan Howard has never had a hit against Broxton in his career. 0 for 9. Broxton struck him out 6 times in those 9 at-bats. His only success was a walk.
You can get Ryan Howard with hard stuff in, but you better get it in there, and apparently Broxton's been able to do that. Up and in right now these days, has a difficult time getting to that pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes. We'll check on the speedy Hernandez. Phillies don't like to steal bases or attempt steals with Howard at the plate. With the first baseman covering the bag, does open up a little more space over there in that shift. Howard drills one opposite field. That is way back and off the wall. Hernandez around third. He will score, and Ryan Howard's first ever hit against Broxton is an RBI double. And it's 7-5 Milwaukee.
That's the hardest ball he's hit all series. Got a fastball out away from him. Not sure though if that's where they wanted it. Lucroy wanted it in. Missed his spot by the width of the plate, and that's why Howard was able to get good wood on it. Missed a home run by a few feet.
So with the pitcher spot coming up, the Phillies are going to send Ben Revere to the plate, and he is just announced, which has Craig Counsell on his way to the mound. Broxton gives up a hit, or 2 hits I should say, and a run, and a runner that belongs to him at second base. To the bullpen we go. Will Smith coming on next. The Phillies 7-5. We got a pitching change here. Broxton unable to get through the 7th. He gets 1 out. A double by Howard. And now Will Smith will come on to face the pinch hitter Ben Revere.
Yeah, pitched in last night's ball game. Actually Tuesday here at Philly. Third of an inning, gave him a couple of hits and a walk. Got taken out. Jeff was able to get him out of a jam in the 8th inning. Man at second, and that's important because Will Smith has only allowed 5 of 22 inherited runners to score this year.
Counsell making the move, trying to sneak an inning out of Broxton, and could not do it. So with a string of left-handers coming up, Will Smith gets the ball here. We got Revere pinch hitting in the pitcher spot. 7-5, Brewers lead by 2, each club with 12 hits. Revere has 3 hits against Will Smith.
And not bad for a left-handed hitter. And Will Smith likes to bury that slider down and away.
On the ground, Jeanette can't get it. Base hit. They're going to try to score Howard. Here comes the throw from Braun.
Yeah.
All the way through. Howard is in. Revere goes to second.
Not a good throw by Ryan Braun. Got to throw it into second base and keep the double play alive. Well, Jeanette slowed it down enough to allow Howard to score. If Jeanette doesn't get a glove on it, they probably don't send him. But check it out. He slows it down a little bit. Braun, instead of going into second base, he tries to get the runner at home, and not even close. Not a good throw by Braun in right. And now the tying run at second base.
Ben Revere with a pinch hit RBI single makes it 7-6 Milwaukee. And here's Cody Ashe, 1 out in the inning. And a swing and a miss. Big curveball by Smith to get him started. Both of those runs will belong to Broxton. A third of an inning, 2 earned runs on 2 hits. The Phillies have out-hit the Brewers tonight, 13-12.
Amazing, isn't it? 15 hits. I should say 25 hits in a game.
And we're only in the 7th.
Right.
Ashe lays off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ashe hit a 2-run homer in the 2nd inning. Had a sharply hit single in the 4th. He's 2 out of 3 tonight. Tying run at second base. 2-1. In the Philadelphia bullpen, the hard-throwing Giles, who gave it up on Monday night, or Tuesday night, I should say. He is the right-hander in the far shot. Luis Garcia in the near ground throwing, and Will Smith has fallen behind 3-1. Brewers had a 3-0 lead. They led 4-0. Led 5-2. And prior to this inning beginning, the Brewers had a 7-4 lead. 2 runs are in. Tying run at second base. Here is the 3-1. It misses, and Ashe draws the walk. And Smith comes on to face the lefties, and both reach a single and a walk.
And back-to-back rough outings so far for Will Smith. He had a rough time his last time out on Tuesday. This time a hit and a walk. And you see the workload for Will Smith. He had yesterday off. Back at it again tonight.
How long does Counsell let it ride? Bullpen is empty for now.
There's nothing going on.
Smith to face Freddie Galvis, who turns around, hits right-handed. 2 hits left-handed against Garza. 2 out of 3 tonight. Smith is missing badly. One ground ball could take care of a lot for Craig Counsell and the Brewers here. 1 out in the inning. The Phillies with runners at first and second, tying run at second base. One ball, 1 strike on Galvis.
Galvis runs well. It's going to have to be something hard hit right at somebody. But before that, Will's got to get the ball down to get a ground ball. A big hole between first and second.
Got the big catcher Cameron Rupp due up next. Bottom of the Phillies order here. 7 and 8 in the lineup with 2 on. And the pitch is down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Two and 2. Good fastball from Smith. 92 down and in.
That's where you want it, to get the ground ball. Cal was a pretty good high ball hitter anyway.
He's got about a third of the at bats as a right-handed hitter, and he's a much better right-handed batter as Galvis. A .322 batting average as a right-hander versus .241 as a lefty. 2 on, 1 out. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And he popped him foul and out of play.
Will normally likes to throw the breaking pitch down and in, but he's having a difficult time throwing it for strikes or even putting it where he wants it. Nice thing you want to do is hang it in this situation. Everything into Galveston is at bat. Hasn't gone away once.
2 and 2, and he pulls it foul. Look out, right over the heads of the Brewer coaches over there. An extreme pull. Count remains 2 and 2. Galvis has bounced into a few double plays this season. He's grounded into 5. Smith would love to get one of those right now to get the Brewers out of this inning. Phillies knocking at the door. They're down a run with a tying run at second. 2 and 2, and Galvis pops it foul. He's hanging tough. Trying to find the right one to retire Galvis. Another foul ball. It's going to be a 9-pitch at bat at least for Freddie Galvis.
And Will Smith is throwing everything he's got at him. Curveballs, fastballs, sliders. That was just fouled off a slider.
Another 2-2. Ground ball through. Base hit. Revere around third. And the throw is all the way in. Revere is safe. And this game is all tied at 7.
And the Phillies still in business. Only 1 out. Only 3 consecutive base runners for the Phillies since Will Smith's come in. 4 hits in the inning and a walk. That was a good at bat for Galvis. Ninth pitch, it was another slider. Able to hit it hard into left. And too late to get the runner at home plate. A 3-run seventh and still only one out.
Now Rick Kranitz is out to talk with Smith. The bullpen just now getting active for the Brewers. Greg Counsell trying to get through this inning with Broxton, but that started the mess. 2 hits, 2 runs in. Smith has come on and struggled. You see Michael Blazek starting to get loose. Figures it's going to be at least 2 hitters here.
Yeah, it doesn't take him a long time to get loose, but you figure it's going to be, at least Francoeur before he's going to be ready, depending on what Rupp does here.
All tied at 7. So neither starter will factor in the decision tonight. And Smith misses outside, ball 1.
Boy, every pitch to Galvis in that sequence was inside, so Galvis really wasn't too concerned about the outside corner. Fastball, sliders in.
In the air, center field, hit pretty well. Back is Gomez with room to make the play. He'll line it up, and a good throw in to keep the runner at second. Cody Ashe. Rupp hit it sharply, but Gomez able to run it down for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, a little bit down on the end of the bat. Kept it in the ballpark. Out number 2. Now Francoeur, a very good low ball hitter. Saw him go down and get one early in this series.
That was against Will Smith.
Ball's about 3 inches off the ground, and he hit it hard into center field.
A first pitch low ball hitter is Francoeur. His second at bat. Came in on a double switch. 2 on, 2 out. And now the Phillies 5 out of 10 with runners in scoring position. 14 hits for Philadelphia. They've scored 7. They've tied it with 3 runs here in the 7th. A wave and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Smith trying to get out of this 7th inning. It's been a mess. 1 and 2 now. It's kind of felt like the kind of night that the Brewers could blow out the Phillies. If they get any pitching at all, the Brewers have had a lot of opportunities, even in addition to the 7 runs that they have scored. De Freitas came on and put up 2 zeros in the 6th and the 7th to calm it down. 1 and 2 to Francoeur. He takes ball 2.
Even though the Brewers are 6 for 11 with runners in scoring position, they've had opportunities to add on. Of course, you can't lay it on the offense. They've scored 7 runs tonight.
Yeah, the offense has been there.
How many do you need, right?
Granite's on the phone to the bullpen. Long at bat here for Francoeur. 2 and 2 the count. 2 on for the Phillies, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. The inning is over. The Brewers surrender 3, however, and this game is all tied at 7 as we go to the 8th. 26 hits combined. Hey, a reminder, you can join Mark and Debbie Atanasio for a special Inside the Brewers Q&A session. It is next Wednesday, July 8th, 7 p.m. And the Brewers owners will give you a behind-the-scenes look at the Brewers family. Now, there are only 250 tickets available. To reserve your spot, visit jewishmuseummilwaukee.org. They've got a great baseball exhibit going on over there. And looking forward to that event after the day game against Atlanta next Wednesday night. Ken Giles is on the pitch and rock his second appearance of the series. His first time around didn't go so well on Tuesday.
Yeah, 38 pitches. He was gassed and ended up being a losing pitcher on Tuesday. A hard throw with a good slider, just didn't have it on Tuesday night. I actually got the first two batters, but then the Brewers kind of started to get some hits, and a couple of walks ended up doing him in.
Shane Peterson will pinch hit for the Brewers in a 7-7 game now. Will Smith able to strike out Francoeur. 3-run score, however, on 4 hits and a walk in the 7th inning between Broxton and Smith. Shane Peterson off the bench. Well, if there was ever a time to hit your first major league home run, right now is a good time to do it.
And it's a good ballpark to get it. Get him down the lines. It's amazing the Brewers have hit 1 home run here in this 4-game series.
That was Adam Lynn's 2-run homer.
Who would have thought? You come into Philly, bandbox, and a lot of home runs. Pitching has struggled for the Phillies. 1 homer. Ton of hits, but 1 homer.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Peterson. And he shoots 1 foul. Down in AAA to start the year, Peterson, he had 47 games at AAA, had 7 homers, 27 driven in. He hit for average and for power. An OPS down there of 911.
Yeah, that's why he came up. But since Carlos Gomez has been back in the lineup, he hasn't seen too much playing time. He was red hot before Gomez came back, swinging the bat well. You can lose it fast when you're not in the lineup.
Big spot for him, leading off the 8th. Now tied at 7. The Brewers trying to get the lead back. And Peterson draws the walk. Yeah, so a good at bat to start the inning. Giles walks the leadoff hitter, and the Brewers put the go-ahead run on. Top of the order coming up in the red-hot Gerardo Parra.
Yeah, allowed the winning or actual winning run to score in the 8th inning on Tuesday on a walk. That was Adam Lynn as a pinch hitter, and now walks the leadoff hitter in the 8th.
In that game, the key at bat of the inning was Parra versus Giles. Gerardo had an 11-pitch walk in that inning. Well, he's got a chance here tonight. Runner at first. Nobody out. Parra has been on twice, 3 times tonight, I should say. Walked and scored in the first. He doubled in a run in the 2nd inning. And then he had a single in the 4th. Last night had 3 hits. 2 hits and a walk tonight. Just the guy you want at the plate in a spot like this. Giles throwing mostly fastballs. They're upper 90s fastballs, but mostly fastballs. He missed badly.
Yeah,
96.
96 to 98 on Tuesday night. And once he got gassed, he got tired. He couldn't find the strike zone. They're thinking Giles could be a closer here in Philly.
Yeah, they're figuring they're going to be able to trade Papelbon. Papelbon has 14 saves. Oh, good breaking ball down and in. put it in a tough spot, and Parra chases it. 1-2 the count on Gerardo. And once Papelbon is moved, and you figure there are going to be a lot of teams interested in his services, then the Phillies would put Giles in that closer's role. Jonathan Lucroy is on deck. Parra trying to get Peterson on the move. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he missed high with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 2-2.
A tall kid that really has good leverage, stands tall out there, and right over the top, and he can get it up there with the best of them.
And he got him. Good breaking ball there. Parra is down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, slider that almost like a screwball, kind of a backup slider. There it is. Doesn't break down and in, just goes straight down. That was out of the strike zone.
So 1 away for Lucroy. Well, if there was ever a guy to hit and run with, and the Brewers don't do that a lot, this is the guy to do it.
Yeah, it's tough to do with a pitcher out there that is all over the place. You get a guy that has thrown a lot of strikes, it's a little bit easier to do that. Yeah, Peterson, what, average speed? Wouldn't consider him to be a base stealer, so. And Lucroy uses that hole between first and second very well, particularly with a guy that throws hard like Giles.
Starts him with a breaking ball for a strike. That slider from Giles. Phillies just got 3 runs to tie it in the bottom of the 7th. Brewers have had a 3-run lead in this game twice. Had a 4-0 lead after an inning and a half. And Lucroy pop up, foul territory. Howard will watch it into the seats. Lucroy with 2 hits. He's 2 out of 4. Back-to-back singles his first 2 trips up. Facing the 24-year-old Kenny Giles. And he's ahead of him 0-2. Popped him up. Back is Galvis. He wants it. And he'll give way to Ashe. Makes the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, Luke just missed that one, a hanging slider. Giles got away with one there. The advantage of throwing 98 miles an hour. You start that bat a little sooner than you'd like, and out in front of those breaking pitches.
That'll bring up Ryan Braun now with 2 away. This is normally the spot that Braun thrives late in games. Batting average goes up, power numbers go up. He's 2 for 2 against Giles in his career, has a double against him. Go ahead and run it first, and Braun takes a strike. 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the black. Giles has only given up 1 home run in his 2015 season. That was against the Diamondbacks. He's only given up 2 in his 2 years in the big leagues.
That's pretty impressive considering pitching here a lot. Get him down the line, you don't have to get them all. That's how good Braun's been, 7th inning and on.
1 ball, 1 strike. Check on Peterson. Drew a leadoff walk. Prior to that outing on Tuesday where Giles gave up the 2 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning, he had gone 11 outings without allowing a run. And Braun just missed that one. So a fly ball to center field. Giles goes through the top of a red-hot batting order, and the Brewers and the Phillies are still tied as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Starting a 3-game series. Got business at hand here tonight, though. 7-7 game. The Brewers have a chance at a 4-game sweep of the Phillies with a win tonight. They've let a couple of leads get away, though. Now Jeffress on to try to keep it at 7 and give the Brewers a chance in the 9th.
Yeah, terrific numbers for Jeremy. A 303 earned run average. Game number 39. He came in on Tuesday night and got that double play ball. He got Franco to hit into a double play with the bases loaded, stranded 3 inherited base runners, and you see his numbers. This is about as many strikeouts as innings pitched this year.
Top of the Phillies batting order. Odubel Herrera will lead off. The Phillies brought 8 batters to the plate last inning, scoring 3 runs on 4 hits and a walk. Broxton giving up 2 runs and Will Smith with 1. Brewers have had 2 comeback wins in this series, and trying to avoid returning the favor to the Phillies tonight. Every pitcher in the game has had damage. Garza started, gave up 10 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Broxton a third of an inning with 2 earned runs, and Smith giving up an earned run in 2/3 of an inning. This is one of those nights when the bullpen phone rings, everybody runs. Jeffress has Herrera in an 0-2 count. Boy, he's got some life on his fastball tonight.
Yep, on top, he gets that downward movement, 97 miles an hour. You get it up there at about 98. I figure Papelbon, regardless of what happens here, is going to get the 9th.
I've not seen him in this series. Jeffress got a huge double play on Tuesday night to help preserve the lead. That was in the Cole Hamels game where the Brewers were down 3-2, took a lead late. Smith got in trouble, and then Jeffers came on, got a 5-4-3 double play to get out of the inning in the 8th. One ball, 2 strikes. A determined look of Jeremy Jeffress. It's interesting, Lucroy, that is by design, I believe. Way inside, almost hit him. So earlier in the game, Rock was talking to us about Herrera's batting stance, which looks very uncomfortable. And Lucroy, sensing that, I'm guessing he just allows Jeffress to stand on the mound. He doesn't give a signal right away. He gets Herrera in that position and just makes him stand there.
Freezes him a little bit. Yeah, tighten him up. Way spread out in that batter's box. Then as Jeffress is on his way to home plate, he picks a leg up and moves toward home plate. A lot of movement in that swing.
2-2, fouled away.
Which really leads you to believe he can't catch up to the big fastball to Jeremy. So stay on his hands might be the way to go. Especially when he's diving toward the outside corner as he starts his swing.
Well, he's hanging tough. It'll be an 8-pitch at bat at least. And Jeffers had him down 0-2 in the count. Now it's 2-2. And a bouncing ball through for a base hit. That is one heck of an at-bat by Herrera. Man,
he's had 3 hits tonight.
That's something. That was a battle right there. 8 pitches. He got down 0-2 and he muscles one into right field for a base hit.
Yeah, left it out over the plate and right in the hole between first and second. So pretty good speed at first base. That's your go-ahead run.
Herrera's had 2 long at-bats here tonight. Chase Utley saying that reminds me of me in my youth. So the go-ahead run at first for Cesar Hernandez, who is extremely fast, likely up there to bunt. He's already bunted for a hit tonight and twice in this series.
Yeah, the way he's swinging the bat, why not let him swing? It's almost impossible to double him up.
Takes a strike. A curveball in there for strike 1.
Right, Perez right on top of him as that ball gets to the hitting zone. It'll be very difficult to get Herrera to second if Hernandez bunts it toward third base.
And Herrera on his way over to chat with the third base coach, John Meserock. A lot of hitters, if they see the infielder crash in like that, they'll just pull the bat back and swing.
Tough to do when you're throwing 98.
He squares early. Lead runner on. The go-ahead run for the Phillies. Pulls the bat back and takes strike 2. Another curveball from Jeffers.
You're almost giving yourself away, telling everybody that you're going to pull the bat back and swing when you square around that soon. Brewers weren't fooled by that at all. You see him eyeballing Perez down at third base.
Squares early again. 2 strikes on him. Another curveball, and it's bunted foul and a strikeout.
I'm not sure what that was. That was just a bad at bat. Asking him to bunt, you're better off just having him bunt for a base hit. I mean, some guys just have a difficult time dropping down that sacrifice bunt.
I'm with you, though. He's so fast. The odds of the Brewers turning a double play on him are enormous.
I mean, yeah, playing for one run. Why at this point? Let the kid swing.
All right, so it'll be Maikel Franco now with a runner at first. He's already grounded into a double play tonight. Gerardo Parra made a diving catch on Franco his last time up. Beautiful play by Parra. Well, he takes a rip. He is a pull hitter as well.
And pounded that one right off his foot. That's the benefit of that moving fastball that Jeffress has. He's dropping a cinder block. Bam, right off the foot.
Ouch. Yeah, that one's stinging him a little bit. Otherwise, he's playing an excellent game of possum.
I don't think anybody's that good an actor.
You know, he's a rookie and hadn't been around long. He's having an all-star caliber season, perhaps, for the Phillies. I mean, they've got to put one Philly in the all-star game, and this would be the guy you'd probably pick at this point. Hits it hard, deep left field. That is back, and Parra will make the catch in front of the wall. He just missed it on the bat.
Jeremy just able to get it down on the handle enough to keep it in the ballpark. There's where that movement comes in. Man, that's a straight four-seam fastball. Franco knocks that one out of here, but that late movement got it down on the handle.
2 outs in the inning now for Jeffress. And here is Ryan Howard. Well, based on what we've seen of Ryan Howard, this is a spot where you just got to pour in the fastballs, don't you?
Either that, or get the curveballs down in the dirt. Don't leave anything up in the zone. Nothing off speed up.
Howard hit a bullet off the left center field wall his last time up, and he starts him with a curveball, and you could tell Howard he's dialing that swing up early, and he misses badly. He was looking for the fastball.
And Brewers outfield very deep. It's the only way that Herrera is going to be able to score anything over their head. Playing no doubles.
Lucroy wants to go through the signs again. Check on the runner at first. Oh, he had him leaning.
Yeah, he was taking off. You could just see the way he was taking that lead that he was thinking about stealing.
Eight out of 10 this year. Swing and a miss. Another curveball from Jefferson. It's 0-2.
2 good ones down in the dirt. You don't want to leave it up. Well, you got a couple to play with. Maybe try and get him to chase upstairs with that big fastball.
Big pitch coming here for Jeffress. Lucroy wants another curveball. Gonna fire him 3 in a row. Let's see what happens. 2 outs. Runner goes, and he fouls that one away.
Left that one up. Herrera on the move.
Picked a good pitch to run on.
First 2 curveballs right where he wanted them. That last one, that hung up.
Ryan Howard with 2 outs and a runner at first. He is the Phillies leader in homers and RBIs. Jeffress has him in a hole. Big shift on. The pitch is way outside. Not sure what that was. 93 miles an hour off the hand of Jeffress.
And that was just an out of sync delivery, and when that happens, no location, no velocity. Just trying to overthrow a little bit.
Two curveballs have got him ahead in the count. The 1-2 and another one, a swing and a miss. Jeffress strikes out Ryan Howard in the 8th, stranding a leadoff base hit. Adam Lind will start it. He'll be followed by Gomez. We go to the 9th. Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. All tied at 7. We go to the 9th inning. And the Phillies are going to make some changes here. Another double switch here. Ryan Howard is going to be taken out in a tie game after just striking out to end the inning. Jonathan Papelbon is in to pitch, their closer.
Yeah, he's for the 30th time tonight. 14 for 14, good numbers for Papelbon. He's only allowed 2 home runs, more strikeouts than innings pitched. Not the big hard thrower that he used to be. He can get it up there at about 93 miles an hour. Throw a splitter and a slider. A .214 opponent batting average. Well, you bring your closer in at home in a tie game in the 9th and hopes that you get a run as Darren Ruff takes over at first base.
Well, so Ryan Howard is done for the night. Adam Lind will lead off against Papelbon. All tied 9th inning. The Phillies scored 3 runs in the 8th. In the 7th, I should say, to tie this game up. Wilt Smith's consecutive scoreless innings streak was ended at 17. And here is Lind trying to give the Brewers the lead. Got some history with Papelbon in the American League East. Lind for the Blue Jays. Papelbon with the Red Sox. Adam is 3 for 17 career. Does have a couple of RBIs. Papelbon has struck him out 9 times in those 17 at-bats.
Again, 92, 93 with the fastball. Velocity down a little bit. It's still very effective. Has not blown a save this year. Those are the numbers you were talking about.
Papelbon now in his 4th year as a Philly. Had 39 saves last year. His first year had 38 saves. And he zips one in high, 92. Papelbon was an all-star for the Phillies in his first year with the team. He was on 4 all-star teams as a member of the Red Sox. Part of that World Series title team in Boston. Lynn in the air, foul territory, and Franco makes a catch. Adam was late, and he fouls out for the first out of the 9th inning.
Papelbon hides the baseball very well. Matter of fact, he hides the glove with the hand in the glove behind his back off to the side. You really never see either one of the hand or the glove until the last minute, making it very difficult to pick up the baseball.
And a man with equally crazy eyes is Jonathan Papelbon, Carlos Gomez. The battle of the crazy eyes here.
You see where he holds that glove and hides it behind his back until he's ready to release the baseball. That's something to get used to. You don't see that very often.
Started them with a little slider. Two intense competitors going at it right here. The 0-1. And Gomez pulls it foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, and 2. Got him. He stayed upstairs. Papelbon strikes out Gomez. 2 up, 2 down here in the 9th inning.
And just riding that baseball up in the zone, and Carlos upset with himself, breaks his bat, and leaves it right there at home plate.
So 2 gone. And here is Hernan Perez now, and Gomez is really upset on that Brewers bench.
Mad at himself, I would imagine, swinging at that pitch.
A strike to Perez. Papelbon has thrown 8 pitches, 7 of them for strikes. Hernan came into the game as a pinch runner for Ramirez. The Brewers had a 3-run lead at the time. Quickly 0-2. Papelbon, a world champion with the Red Sox in 07. That was the year they swept the Rockies. Final year of his deal with the Phillies, and most expecting him to end up elsewhere. Oh, and 2 to Perez. Oh, he's hanging tough. Looking ahead to the Phillies' 9th inning. They'll be 5, 6, and 7 in their batting order. Ruff, Ashe, and Galvis. Perez with a base hit. Papelbon hung a breaking ball, and Hernan Perez singles.
Yep, able to fight off that high fastball, and then got a breaking ball he liked, and he stays hot. Lost his hitting streak last night, but starting another one tonight against Papelbon in the 9th. Able to find the hole between 3rd and short.
Well, he's got a good looking swing going right now. Very confident hitter is Hernan Perez. Now Segura, who has 2 hits tonight. I beg your pardon, 3 hits tonight. 2 singles to right. One of them produced 2 runs in the 5th inning, and then had an infield hit his last time up. Papelbon keeps pouring in the strikes. Only thrown 1 ball still. 11 out of 12 pitches are in the zone.
Either in the zone or being swung at.
Good point.
One of the two. But I get what you mean.
Throw strikes early so you don't have to.
Right.
On the ground to Franco. And Segura is out. Papelbon with a scoreless ninth. Bottom of the ninth in Philly, all tied at 7. Now we're tied at 7 going to the bottom of the ninth. And it'll be Michael Blazek coming off the Brewers bullpen. Jeremy Jeffers worked a scoreless ninth, or scoreless eighth, I should say. Blazek trying to work a scoreless ninth and send this one to extra innings tonight.
Well, pitched on Monday and struck out the only batter that he faced, and stranded an inherited base runner in the 6th inning on Monday's victory. Great numbers for Blazek, a 180 earned run average, has not allowed a home run, and a 171 opponent batting average in game number 33. He's got the middle of the Phillies order. Actually get 5, 6, and 7 coming up.
Hector Gomez will come into play third base, so a double switch for Counsell. Put the pitcher in the Perez spot in the batting order. That means Hector will bat second if we get to a 10th inning. And it's going to be the first at bat for Darren Ruff.
And that must mean that Craig Counsell is looking for multiple innings out of Blazek.
Darren Ruff will lead off. He'll be followed by Ashe and then Galvis. .28 hits combined in the game for these two teams. Phillies have out hit the Brewers 15-13 tonight. The Brewers started with 10 hits in their first 20 at bats, scoring 7 runs. They're just 3 for their last 17. Got to give a lot of credit tonight to Justin DeFreitas. He really settled things down for the Phillies. 2 scoreless innings out of the bullpen.
They did the same thing on Monday night. Almost 3 innings.
Blazek misses with a curveball. Michael Blazek. He's had a terrific year. An ERA under 2 still. He pitched Monday, but faced just 1 batter. And there's a swing and a miss. Got some good breaking stuff going early.
Yeah, that curveball has been a good pitch for him this year. Curveball, cutter, fastball for Blazek.
He was the Brewers pitcher of the month in April and May this season. Hasn't pitched a whole lot though recently. Just that 1 inning against the Twins back on the 27th of June over the weekend, and then on the 29th. First day here, just 2/3 of an inning. Got a double play ball. 2-2 the count, and a swing and a miss. He put it right by him. 96 with a fastball.
Yeah, back-to-back curveballs, and then was able to elevate the fastball to get him. The two curveballs slow the bat down, and then you elevate the heater, and swings right underneath of it.
One away for Cody Ashe, who has homered tonight. Hit one off Garza, 2-run shot in the second. 2 hits and a walk.
Keep the ball away from the inner half right here. This guy's got some power.
Curveball missed. 2-0 the count. Yeah, he spins one in for a strike. Lasik has been very stingy with opponents' batting average this year. Just 171 opponents' batting average this season. He's not allowed a home run. He's only given up 24 hits all season. Slaps one into left, a base hit. Ashe on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball just laid the bat down, and he singles. And there is the potential winning run at first base.
Yeah, at least he didn't leave it in their half and knock it out of here. But that was a good piece of hitting by Ashe on a two-seam fastball going away from him, and he waited back and dumped it into left.
Here is Freddie Galvis now, who has 3 hits tonight. Drove in a run back in the 7th inning. Had the 3rd RBI of the inning that tied the game. Lasik looking for a ground ball here. Galvis has pretty good speed.
Yeah, you don't figure Ashe to take off. He's not a base stealer. Galvis got his RBI against Will Smith, batting right-handed.
His first 2 hits as a left-handed hitter. There has been a walk-off tonight in the big leagues. Atlanta walked off the Washington Nationals tonight. Cameron Maben had a walk-off, beating Max Scherzer tonight. Lasik trying to avoid that fate.
They don't expect Galvis to be swinging 3-0 here.
Oh, look out. Back to the screen it goes. Galvis is aboard. And after a hit by Ashe, it is a walk to Freddie Galvis. 2 on now. Only one that matters is at second base. And here comes Cameron Rupp.
Now the Brewers outfield has to come in a couple of steps to be able to make a throw to home plate in the event of a base hit. Again, Ashe average speed at best.
Now all 3 outfielders for the Brewers throw the ball well.
He is still very deep in center.
Phillies have the potential winning run in scoring position now. The catcher, Cameron Rupp, at the plate. He has a hit tonight, 1 for 4. Starts him with a hook in there for a strike. Lasik in trouble here in the 9th. 2 on, 1 out. In the air. playable for Jeanette. Infield fly rule. And the second out of the inning. Boy, he had him all balanced.
Yeah, doubled up again on the curveball.
So 2 men are out now, and Blazek an out away from getting this one to the 10th.
Seems like he's got a lot more confidence in the curveball than he does the fastball tonight.
Jeff Francoeur now with 2 away. Got to be careful on that first pitch with this guy, especially in a spot where he has a chance to win a game. Fastball right on the outside corner, in there for a strike. 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Blazek.
Again, good low ball hitter.
Third at bat for Francoeur. He has struck out twice tonight. Doesn't chase the high fastball. Francoeur had LASIK surgery a couple of years ago, and at the time felt like maybe his career was in jeopardy. He's been bouncing around with a couple of organizations in the minor leagues even. He's found a home here in Philadelphia this year in the big leagues. And he lines one right to Jeanette for the out. Hit it hard, but right at Scooter Jeanette. Inning over. Extra innings in Philadelphia. We go to the 10th.
Side. Yeah, 10th inning here in Philly. Looks like Jonathan Papelbon is going to be coming out for another inning. A rare multi-inning appearance for the Phillies closer. All tied at 7 here in Philly. Boy, a wild one here. Yeah, 29 hits, 14 runs as we head to extra innings.
Now the Brewers have had a couple of big leads. They led by 3 runs right out of the gates. Had a 3-run first inning, and it was at 4-0 at one point. And then it was 7-4 until the Phillies got 3 in the 7th. Jeanette just securing a line drive off the bat of Francoeur to send this one to extra innings.
Yeah, Brewers fortunate right there. That ball was hit right on the nose by Francoeur.
This is the 3rd time this season that Papelbon has pitched more than an inning in a game.
Don't see many closers do that anymore.
Good bunt by Jeanette. That'll stay fair, and a base hit to start the inning. A little push bunt single by Scooter Jeanette, and the Brewers have the go-ahead run on.
Yeah, this ball barely able to stay on the grass. If it leaves the grass and rolls on the dirt, it's probably going to go foul, but good job by Jeanette. A leadoff base runner. That allows Gomez, I would imagine, to drop down a bunt. We'll see.
Counsell did not choose to bunt with Parra at the plate a couple of innings ago, back in the 8th inning. Let's see what he does here with Hector Gomez. It's his first at bat. And he does show bunt, and he bunts it foul.
Well, Parra is one of his hottest hitters and the leadoff hitter. Top of the order, a little different here with a pinch hitter in the 9th spot. You'd like to get Jeanette into second base for the top of this Brewers order that's been swinging the bats well. They started out well, but the Philly pitching staff has controlled them pretty well as the game's going on.
Hector does have 2 sac bunts this season. No balls and a strike. He squares early. Long pause, and it's bunted in the air, and that's an out. That was easy for Darren Ruff. So 1 away. Jeanette still at first base.
Yeah, little things that you have to be able to do if you're a bench player. Drop down bunts. It's imperative late in the game.
All right, now Parra. Gerardo, 2 hits and a walk here tonight. Seven hits in the series for Parra. Papelbon does take a little bit to get it to home plate. Unwinds like a lot of closers do. But we've already seen the terrific throwing arm of Cameron Rupp. I would imagine if the Brewers send Jeanette, who does not have blazing speed, if they send him, it'd probably be in a hit and run scenario. Counsell hasn't really wanted to run much since he took over as Brewers manager.
Yeah,
really only Gomez and Segura have the green lights.
Yeah, especially at this point in the batting order, you wouldn't expect Jeanette to take off and risking out on the bases. That's already happened once tonight. Parra got thrown out in the 4th inning after he led the inning off with a base hit.
Last time Papelbon went more than an inning was just a couple of weeks ago in Pittsburgh. He went an inning and 2/3.
Now with a beat up bullpen, I think that the Phillies needed him to go the 9th and the 10th tonight. It was a quick inning for him in the 9th. Probably why he's out there again.
Parra on the ground, a hot one. Hernandez to Galvis, and a double play. To the bottom of the 10th we go. 2 scoreless innings for Papelbon. He's coming up with a chance to win it. Brewers failed to score in the top of the inning. Papelbon with his first 2-inning game since last July of 2014. Went 2 innings against the Giants. That was in a loss. He was extremely efficient in his 2 innings here tonight. He threw 1 ball in 2 innings.
Now, very fortunate. Gerardo Parra hit that ball hard right at second base. Now the Brewers fortunate too, because Francoeur lined out to second in the bottom of the 9th.
Michael Blazek back on the mound. He'll start his 2nd inning of work. Was able to get out of a mess in the 9th with 2 on and 1 out. Top of the order now. Odubel Herrera. He's been good tonight. 3 hits, 2 runs batted in. He's had 2 long at bats. And he shows bunt, drops it down foul. There's a theme brewing here with leadoff bunt attempts. Blazek working a scoreless 9th. Surrendered a hit and a walk in that inning. He's had a good curveball going so far.
He's got some life in that fastball again. A couple of outings it was a little bit flat, but tonight he's got some good zip on it, good movement. That's the pitch right there.
Got him in the air. Gerardo Parra will settle under it for out number 1.
It's not necessarily just velocity that you're looking for out of your pitcher. It's the life that that pitch has as it gets to home plate. And Herrera behind that last fastball.
Here's Cesar Hernandez. He tried to bunt a runner over in the 8th inning and struck out. The sacrifice bunts haven't really worked out tonight for either club.
It's a lost art, isn't it? Your middle infielders, your bench players, you would figure to drop down bunts. Not the case these days.
Good breaking ball in there for a strike. Blazek's got a good pace going. Brewers feel like he might be a starting pitcher down the road, maybe as early as next year. Yeah, what a curveball, huh? Strikes out Hernandez. That was a nasty bender.
He's done a nice job with that curveball tonight. He's thrown a lot of them and hasn't made a mistake. Check this out on a 2-strike pitch. That's got some late break to it, very sharp and down out of the strike zone. Just where you want it with 2 strikes.
Two outs. Here is Maikel Franco now. Blazek has worked multiple innings on a number of occasions this year. Last time he did it was against the Royals. He worked 2 innings against Kansas City at Miller Park on June 15th. He had a 3-inning game back in May in Atlanta.
He might be able to get one more at him if need be. Hopefully the Brewers get a run in the next inning, then K-Rod closes it out. But I would imagine that Craig Counsell is figuring on 2-3 innings out of Blazek.
2-0 the count and a cue shot right off the end of the bat. Maikel Franco has been in the crosshairs all night. He's had a number of chances in this game. He's 0 for 5 tonight and has left 8 men on base in this game.
Almost hit one out in the 8th inning.
That was with a runner at first. Sent Parra back to the track. Blazek's got him in a 2-2 count. Looking ahead to the 11th if the Brewers should get there. Lucroy, Braun, and Lind coming up. Straightens him up. Full count now, 3-2. The pitcher spot is due up next, not Ryan Howard. Popped him up. He threw him another breaking ball. Hector Gomez in foul grounds, and 2 impressive innings by Michael Blazek. Especially so in the 10th. Here we go to the 11th. Lucroy will lead off. Brewers and the Phillies all tied at 7. We are headed to the 11th. Brewers are 2-2 in extra inning games this year. And Michael Blazek has given him 2 scoreless out of the bullpen, and now starts to tip in the Brewers' favor as they have gotten past Papelbon and Giles, the 2 best relievers for the Phillies. It'll be Luis Garcia now to work the 11th.
Yeah, Garcia was pretty good on Tuesday night. He pitched an inning and a third scoreless, couple of hits. Struck out a batter. He actually took over for Giles in that 8th inning on Tuesday. 3:25 for Garcia out of the bullpen.
Lucroy will start it. He's 2 out of 5 tonight. First 2 at-bats produce hits. Good part of the order coming up for Milwaukee. Brewers let a lead get away twice tonight. A 4-0 lead after an inning and a half, and then a 7-4 lead. Phillies got 3 in the 7th inning to tie this game. This crowd of over 30,000 is patiently awaiting a fireworks show at the end of the night. And the Brewers are headed to Cincinnati at the conclusion of this one, starting a series with the Reds tomorrow. Phillies are headed to Atlanta tonight. One ball, one strike on Lucroy. Into right field, a base hit. Down the line it goes, and it's going to be extra bases for Jonathan Lucroy. A leadoff double here in the 11th inning. Lucroy's 3rd hit of the night.
Man, what a nice approach there. Well, he had hits in his first 2 at bats in the first 2 innings, and now a double when the Brewers needed it most. There's a fastball from Garcia right down the middle, and look at the way that ball slices down into the corner. And Francoeur with a big throwing arm. Lucroy stays at second base.
A leadoff double, number 6 of the year for Lucroy. 2 singles and a double tonight will set it up for Ryan Braun with nobody out. Go ahead run in scoring position. Braun had a single and an RBI way back in the first inning. Now 53 runs batted in for Ryan. First time the Brewers have had a runner in scoring position since the 7th inning tonight. However, the Brewers are 6 for 11 tonight at the plate. 6 hits and 11 at-bats with runners in scoring position.
And couldn't be in a better spot in the batting order.
Brewers got 2 runs in the 5th inning. Gene Segura drove in 2 to give him a 7-4 lead. They've been held scoreless since. Braun trying to change all that. Two and 0 the count. You always wonder about a reliever, Rock, when he is in a game in extra innings. When he was warming up in the 7th inning tonight, and then again in the 8th inning. Twice getting loose, and here he is finally pitching.
Yeah, Blazek warmed up earlier in the game and then came in. He's had 2 pretty good innings. These guys are used to it. It's all part of being a reliever. Of course, warming up twice and not getting in is a bit unusual.
Luis Garcia. He's had 8 consecutive scoreless outings. It's about as balanced of a spray chart as you can get for Braun, and they play him that way. And back up the middle. Lucroy on his way to third. Gloved by Galvis, and he'll get Braun at first. However, that puts Lucroy at third base with 1 out. So Braun does advance the runner. And 90 feet away is the go-ahead run for Milwaukee with Adam Lind coming up.
I wonder if they're going to pitch to Lind. You got Gomez on deck, followed by the pitcher spot. That would be Blazek. And a couple of relievers down there. And if I'm the Phillies, I walk Lind here, set up the double play.
Well, he's got his infield coming in.
Well, they're going after him.
And yeah, looks like they're going right after Adam Lind. Big spot here. Lind trying to give the Brewers the lead. The infield is in. And a swing and a base hit up the middle.
I don't get that.
On the first pitch, Lind drives in Lucroy, and it is 8-7 Milwaukee.
You got Gomez coming up, followed by the pitcher's spot. And do a couple of things by walking Lind, but the Brewers will take it for sure. I don't get why they pitched to Lind there, and Pete McCannon just having Garcia go right after him, and not only do they go after him, but he throws it right down the middle, and Adam Lind doesn't waste it, bangs it right back into center field. Good for Lind.
And here's Gomez, a wave and a miss at a breaking ball. Tell you what, Adam Lind is starting to make some noise around the National League right now. He's won Player of the Month for the Brewers twice already this year. Extended his hitting streak to 11 with that RBI single in the first inning. 2 hits tonight, 2 runs batted in.
I'm just thinking, you know, in that Phillies dugout, I mean, you walk Lind, you go after Gomez, who struck out his last couple of times up, and then if he doesn't drive in a run, you force the hand of Craig Counsell to remove Blazek, and then you're really stuck in the bullpen.
Interim manager Pete McCannon.
And it goes after him, and the Brewers able to take the lead. Craig Counsell's happy they pitched to him.
No doubt. It's hard to find a Brewer hitter that is not hot, however. Gomez would be one of those. Let's see if he can get Lind on the move. The 1-2 pitch is up high for a ball. 2-2. With that,
K-Rod's getting loose. My mistake.
Frankie got a chance at a save opportunity for now. Had saves in the first 2 games of this series. Pitched in 3 consecutive games, did Rodriguez, and then he was up warming up yesterday. Even though the Brewers won the game 9-5, he was just tossing.
Yeah, he wasn't really ready to get into the game. He didn't heat up. He is now.
Full count, 1 out. Lind at first. Gomez on the ground. And this will turn into a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. All right, the stage is set. Adam Lind has delivered the go-ahead run. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Frankie Rodriguez coming on to try to nail it down for the Brewers. Serviceable big leaguer. He's playing like an all-star this year. He just drove in the go-ahead run. Brewers lead at 8-7 here in the 11th inning, and now they'll turn it over to Francisco Rodriguez, who is trying to nail down his 3rd save of the series and his 18th consecutive save of the season.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. 17 out of 17, a 1.50 ERA. The only time really he's had a difficult time out there on the mound was on Sunday. The Brewers had a 4-run lead. He came in, gave up a couple of runs. Other than that, he's been outstanding. 36 strikeouts and 30 innings of work. And you got the pitcher spot. Then you have Revere and Ashe.
Well, remember, Pete Buchanan double switched with Ryan Howard in a tie game. So instead of Howard leading off this inning, it's going to be Andres Blanco off the bench.
Oh, and then it's rough behind him.
Each team with 16 hits tonight. Brewers lead 8-7. And Blanco fouls it away. Francisco Rodriguez has a long streak of consecutive saves going back into last year. 22 in a row. Only Glenn Perkins has a longer active save streak going. The Twins closers at 23. K-Rod looking to make a second all-star team this season. Wave and a miss. He got himself into trouble on Tuesday night, but that changeup got him out of trouble quickly.
Have a walk in an error. 2 men on, nobody out, and able to get out of it. Next 3 hitters.
Brewers have not swept a team in a 4-game series since 2012. Got a chance to do it with 3 more outs. Coincidentally, that game in 2012, that final game, was started by Chad Billingsley of the Dodgers then. And he started tonight's game. Brewers can make it 5 consecutive wins and 7 in a row here in Philadelphia. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Andres Blanco. Ooh, almost hit him. Ground ball, Jeanette right there. And K-Rod retires the first man up here in the 11th inning.
Good change up and Blanco out in front of it. K-Rod able to get the leadoff batter. And the fastball's been right on the money on the corners, and that changeup's been unhittable this year.
All right, here is Ruff. Second at bat for him. He struck out in the 9th inning. Boy, great work by Michael Blazek tonight.
Yeah.
2 scoreless out of the bullpen, extending the game, getting the Brewers past the Jonathan Papelbon portion of the game, their best reliever, their closer. And the Crew with a run on the top of this inning. Now K-Rod trying to get him on the plane. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count.
Blazek looking to go 5-2, get a win tonight. Tied for the team lead.
He was impressive, especially his 10th inning with the top of the order. 3 up, 3 down, quickly dispatching of the Phillies with a strikeout. That one's in there, a called strike this time, and it's 1-2 on Ruff.
Yeah, that way you want to leave the changeup right at the top of the strike zone. Not with this big guy at the plate.
Wants a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he was late. Pop up, foul territory. That's going to end up in the seats. I was thinking back to Rodriguez's interview with Sophia after his save on Tuesday night, and he was talking about the changeup. It was very good that night. You've always said his fastball is his key pitch because it sets up everything else. And he was talking about how he sets up hitters. You know, if they've seen a few changeups, he shows them fastball. And it's not just a waste pitch for him, though. He tries to spot it on the corner.
And he has been this year.
And that's what he just did against Ruff, who was late on that fastball. So let's see what he does here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A curveball right off the end of the bat, right to Segura. Out number 2. 2 up and 2 down on a couple of ground outs for K-Rod.
And a tough out walking to the plate. About the last guy you want to see in this batting order. Cody Ashe coming up.
Ashe has homered tonight. Just his 4th homer of the year, but he's been a tough out. 3 hits and a walk. The only time he's been retired was by Garza in the 5th inning. Phillies down to their last out. 2 gone in the 11th. And a half swing. He goes. 0-1 the count. Missed with a changeup.
He took that one like he knew it was coming. Stayed back. This guy's having a good night. Be careful here.
Lucroy sets up down and away, and a changeup missed. That was a good one there. Ashe didn't bite on it.
Okay, he gets a lot of swings on that pitch.
You saw his expression after getting the ball back from Lucroy, kind of shaking his head like, man, that was my best bullet right there. He didn't bite on it.
He must be looking for it, right?
2-1. Ground ball. Lynn's got it. K-Rod is there. The ball game is over. Makes it look easy. Francisco Rodriguez 3.